May I now, honorable members, I'm Rachel Zulu. I'm a member of parliament from Malawi. This is my first time to chair this meeting. My vice chair has been the one chairing the meeting previously. Honorable members, as we are starting the meeting now, may I call upon the secretary for the committee, Mr. Dennis, to present the credentials on delegates to confirm to the meeting. Thank you, Secretary.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Davis Conway. I'm the secretary to the committee. I'll confirm the members that are here. I'll call out your name and then you have to indicate if you are available. In terms of membership for the committee, we have 15 members from all the 15 countries. We have Honorable Luisa Francisco Damiano from Angola. Honorable Luisa Francisco Damiano from Angola. Thank you. Honorable Mukware Motswani from Botswana. Honorable Mukware Motswani from Botswana. Honorable Boniface Paramage from DRC. Honorable Boniface Paramage from DRC. Honorable Kazi from Lesotho. Honorable Liliana Seretin from Madagascar. Honorable Rachel Zulu from Malawi. Honorable Ashley Ato from Mauritius. Honorable Ashley Ato from Mauritius. Honorable Jeromina Castino from Mozambique. Honorable Agnes Kafura from Namibia. Honorable Rosie Istopet from Seychelles. Honorable Desmond Lawrence Moera from South Africa. Honorable Desmond Lawrence Moera from South Africa. Honorable Streto Mpanza from Eswatini. Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji from Tanzania. Honorable Julian Nyemba from Zambia. Honorable Juliet Nyemba from Zambia. Honorable Paulina Paliwa from Zimbabwe. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of confirmation, we have Angola, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, Eswatini, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Madagascar. We have 10 in total. This confirms that we have a quorum. Over to you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Honorable members, we are now on item number 2. We are aware that the agenda for the meeting was already circulated, and every one of us received the agenda. Honorable members, may you look at the agenda and see if there are any other amendments on the agenda. We have any amendments on the agenda? See no in other hands. I would like to ask the mover for the adoption of the agenda. Anyone? Thank you so much. The seconder, Zambia. Okay, the agenda has been probably seconded by Zambia. Oh, Zimbabwe. Sorry, didn't see properly. Now, honorable members, we're on item number 3. It is, honorable members, it is my honor to stand before you this morning to make a statement for the opening of the session of the Standing Committee on HSDSP. Honorable members, as you are aware, the theme for this meeting is enhancing the role of parliamentarians in monitoring the implementation of programs and systems, in accelerating the healthy financing for universal health coverage, UHC, in the SADC region. This means that the meeting will primarily deliberate on issues concerning healthy financing and the strategies of systems, as well as treaties that countries in the region are implementing in an effort to move towards UHC. Honorable members, healthy financing refers to the function of a health system concerned with mobilization, accumulation, and allocation of money to cover the health needs of the people individually and collectively in the health system. The purpose of health financing is to make funding available, as well as set the right financial incentives to ensure that all individuals have access to effective public health and personal health care. Honorable members, universal health coverage, UHC, means that all people have access to the health services they need, when and where they need them, without financial hardships. It includes the full range of essential health services, from health promotion to prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care, and health financing for universal coverage implies that reforms in correction, pouring, purchasing, and benefits design and amend specifically at improving one or several of those objectives and goals as measured at the population or system level. Honorable members, you may wish to note that empirical evidence shows that more than 800 million people spend at least 10% of their income on health care throughout of pocket spending, which pushes millions of individuals further into poverty each year. In sub-Saharan Africa, 27 out of 48 countries are affected by direct out-of-pocket spending for healthcare services that are greater than 30%. Hence, the need to strengthen domestic financing to avoid out-of-pocket spending, and sub-Saharan countries ought to increase their allocated spending on primary health care by at least 1% of their gross domestic product, GDP, in order to meet the healthy target of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Honorable members, with the unprecedented emergence of the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 pandemic and the occurrence of national disaster like Cyclone Hattie, cases access and quality had remained a challenge in the SADC region and had excavated the need to put in place programs and systems aimed at moving towards UHC. Honorable members, as parliamentarians, we have a big role to play in promoting healthy financing through our representative, legislative, and oversight roles, including budget oversight. In addition, as parliamentarians, we have a role in ensuring that ratified international treaties that promote healthy are implemented through domestic laws, and those with potential negative impacts are not signed or ratified. Primarily, those laws are aimed at protecting or advancing equality, equity-oriented public policy, promoting health systems reforms, and prioritizing allocations to specific areas of health systems. Honorable members, as you are aware, our Standing Committee on Human and Social Development Special Programs is a key in advancing monitoring, accounting, and transparency in the context of UHC and other health-related interventions as provided for in the international and regional treaties and protocols. It is against this background that this meeting has been organized in order for the Standing Committee on HSDSP to deliberate on matters relating to health financing towards UHC. Honorable members, there is a presentation from an expert on health financing and UHC that will be made to us. Let us all be attentive and listen to the distinguished resource person. Honorable members, at this juncture, let me declare the meeting open. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, honorable members, We are now going to item number 4, which is the minutes, which was circulated as well. I believe each one of us has already seen the meeting on your the one that has already been circulated. I now call upon you, honorable members. Do we have anything that we can check, or if there are any other amendments on the minutes? I see no hands. Yes, Namibia?
Page by page. Because I noticed on page 1, there's a missing of my second name. I hope I'm on the right minutes. For the 15th of November. Am I jumping the gun?
Okay, maybe we can go page by page and see if there are any other amendments on the minutes. Page 1. We have 10 amendments on page 1. There's a hand, okay.
Yes,
The one that you have said.
Yeah, it was just on page 1 on the second name.
Second name, take note.
Agnes Mingana.
Page 2. Page 2, any other any amendments on page 2? Page 3. Page 4. Yes.
Are we on page 4?
Yeah, we're on page 4.
Sorry. Yeah, and it's just a correction. Yeah, it's just a correction on the 5.0 to divide the Friday with on. Matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting held virtually on Friday, just to separate the two words.
Okay. We are on page 5. Another amendment on page 5. Page 6. Another amendment on page 6. The last page, page 7. Page 7. think that's the last page. Okay. Honorable members, I would like to invite proposer for the adoption of the minutes. Proposer, yes, Seychelles, proposer.
I
Second,
propose to adopt for the adoption of the minutes meeting of
yes,
the 19th of November.
can't hear you properly.
I propose that we adopt the minutes meeting, which was done virtually on Friday, the 15th of November 2021.
Thank you so much, Seychelles. And Resanto, second. Thank you so much. The minutes has been adopted. Honorable members, matters arising on the minutes. Do you have any matters arising on the minutes that has been duly seconded? Any matters arising on the minutes that has been duly seconded? I've seen that there are no any other matters arising on the minutes. That means we are moving to item number 6. Honorable members, there is an announcement before we go into item number 6. For those leaving tomorrow, the COVID test is going to be done outside there around 10 o'clock, 10 to 11 o'clock. So may those that are going out tomorrow do your COVID test. Thank you so much. Honorable members, now we are moving to, yes. Wait. Maybe you can answer on my behalf.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, I think it all depends on the country of destination where you're going. So the situation might vary from one country to the other. If Lesotho is not an issue. Honorable members, I think we'll check on that one, but I think it all depends on the country of destination where you are going, because the situation actually varies from one country to the other.
I've got no objection to that. I can test. There's no problem, but I don't want SADC to incur costs which are not really necessary.
Okay, thank you so much. At least now we are better because the mic was so low. Honorable members, now we are in item number 6. We are moving to presentations. We only have 2 presentations or 1 presentation. Okay. I now invite the presentation that we have is it's going to be done by the resource person on healthy financing. Healthy financing with a focus on systems and strategies and treaties for moving towards universal health coverage in the SADC region. And this presentation, honorable members, is going to be done by Dr. Dominic Nkoma. I would like to invite Dr. Dominic Nkoma, if he's around, to do the presentation. Thank you so much. Secretary, may you call Dr. Nkoma, please? Thank you. Number members, we are starting very soon. We're just waiting for them to do the connections. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning. So I'm Dominic Koma. I'm a senior research fellow at the Campus College of Health Sciences. We used to be part of the University of Malawi, but then there's been a reorganization which has led us, which has resulted into 3 universities coming out of it. Yeah, so I'm in the University of the Sciences. So I'm deputy director for the Health Economics and Policy Unit at the college. The presentation that I was asked to share is on UHC and how we can finance it in the context of SADC. The idea, the purpose is to more or less provide a context or framework within which citizens tasked with providing policy direction in the side of legislation could then use as a checklist to assess the quality of health financing proposals that come to us to review or approve. Yeah, I think balancing with the yeah. Yes. Okay. 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 Yeah, avoid just juggling between the technologies. Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Probably the starting point is to just briefly discuss the concept of universal health coverage, what it means, and then the financing implications, the options that are available for us as countries, given if we adopt, or given that our country has adopted the idea that we must deliver universal health coverage. So according to WHO, universal health coverage is a situation where all people have access to health services that they need, and when they need to have these services when they need them, and also these services must be available where these people need them. So I think inside this definition, we can unpack UHC. One, universal means all. Okay, everyone must have access. So this is a constraint, a binding constraint for our countries. So, or universal then also means that we must embed equity in the way we deliver services. As we know, not all people can afford the services. So, inside the definition of universal, or constrains countries to put in place policies that deliver equitable access to not just health services, but to quality health services. I think the COVID example, for example, has shown us that probably most of our poor countries, low-income countries in the region, had prepared public services for poor people. And then when confronted with the COVID pandemic, the private sector wasn't really prepared. One, two, the public sector was also ill-prepared to accommodate the affluent, the policymakers themselves. And so this underscores the need or the basic principle of universal. I'll show why UHC is a journey and it's a difficult one at lower end of economic progress. The third dimension in there is then that as people try to access services, as our citizens try to access services, they must then not be made poorer than before they access the services. So we call that financial risk protection. The systems must be designed to ensure that nobody is dragged into impoverishment as a result of accessing services. So this would look a bit more common sense, but it may not be common sense. For example, if some communities do not have access to a public facility and in their lifetime, they are exposed to fee-paying services. In my country, for example, and in a lot of countries with Christian health associations, where government partially finance salaries for these mission facilities, but we don't cover the cost of care. So over the life cycle of individuals in those societies, potentially the total payments for health services would be would have taken up what probably they would have invested in education for the children, or some investment for themselves in their old age. And then inside the definition, now also there's more emphasis on quality for the reason, for example, I indicated that as policymakers, we need to design the service delivery in a way that delivers not just services, but services that have the potential to achieve the outcome, better outcomes for including poor people. So in all this, I've skipped talk of, for example, the systems of the building blocks of a system, but to deliver universal health coverage, health financing is key. The money is key. Money is an enabler. Unfortunately, across our countries, the majority of our citizens are poor, and so they can't access services. And the economies, I'll show later, are also underperforming, let's call it that way, and so cannot generate the financing required to provide services to the poor. So that creates another problem that both the poor and the rich sometimes. Focusing on the poor, are either forced to pay out of pocket, have to travel to some distant facilities, but also given that even if the services are paid for, they cannot afford quality primary care. They have to make out-of-pocket payments frequently because of poor quality of care. So poor quality is important because it can drag households into impoverishment by making repeat visits for the same service, and so they're making small payments, but a lot. So you go to this provider, you don't get cured, and then you go to a traditional healer, you make those payments, and then so eventually quality is very important for universal health coverage because of this link with impoverishment, especially for the poor. And it's not just for the poor. Even the rich could be dragged into impoverishment, where, for example, one develops a condition and then it blows away their lifetime investment because now they have to seek better treatment elsewhere. Yeah, so the way to attack health financing is to use yes, thanks so much. That's why voice makers. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah, thanks so much for that. Yeah, it makes me a bit more comfortable. Yeah, so I was saying that the WHO proposes three core functions of health financing for countries to achieve universal health coverage. This is revenue raising, which covers how we mobilize, where we get the money, the sources, and this will include government budgets, compulsory or voluntary prepaid insurance schemes, direct out of pockets by users, and for the majority of our countries, aid. This doesn't mean that so most countries use a mixture of them. A well-designed health system has to balance how these revenue sources are configured to deliver an optimal or equitable health financing situation. So I'll show some of the good ones there, and then some of the payment methods that our countries must design policies to limit. And then the second function is when you mobilize these services, these have to be put. Okay, these have to be put. A basic example: in a house of 4 or 5 members, you can achieve better welfare if the members are bringing the money together than if the units function individually. Yeah, so pooling is very critical to squeeze efficiency out of these sources. Otherwise, a country with the same level of financing can achieve different results depending on how good their pooling arrangements are. So, so the mechanisms for pooling, for example, would be general taxation, and then goes via Ministry of Finance, and then Ministry of Finance allocates. Okay. A second competitor to that is social insurance. Okay. So you collect but ring-fence the tax for health, and then it moves directly to an insurance manager fund for the sector. In between them, you need to then optimally design the prepaid other prepaid insurance schemes. For example, the private pools, community insurance schemes, for example, or as complementary. It's a wide topic here, but I think for avoidance of confusion, there are 2 generally recommended approaches to or predominant methods that would really achieve universal health coverage quicker: tax financing of healthcare, or national compulsory insurance schemes, general population. In between, really, there is not much evidence that we can achieve UHC unless these are intelligently joined to either the tax system or the social insurance. And also, while there, I think there's been confusion, I think, over the past few years in our countries, but pressed with the need to raise more money. We then thought that we could change our systems to social insurance systems. But I will show later that government tax, financing health services via government tax provides a very sure way to invest with coverage. If you're starting with a tax system, switching to a mandatory insurance scheme is really something that needs to be assessed. There was a study we did in Malawi, trying to assess the potential effectiveness of switching to a national mandatory insurance scheme, and the evidence suggested there wasn't much benefit, and it was going actually to cost a bit more, especially as we set up the insurance schemes. And then, yeah, so that's just a caveat to that. And then you can have sound revenue or mobilization systems. Probably you'd figured out optimal pooling arrangements, but you then need, which is where most we haven't developed much in our countries. You need sound arrangements to move the money to the providers. If you are constructing a house, you can just give the money to your contractor, and then, or you can decide to have a contract with an engineer, okay, and manage. Or the way you decide to manage the money, the same money, say $100,000, could deliver different outcomes for your house. Okay, so we call that purchasing. The way you move your money from the pools to your service providers has serious implications on how efficient and the ultimate quality you are going to achieve with the money. The fourth one assumes now that in some countries, for example, from where we did the back of the conceptualization for a health financing strategy, we noted that previous policies had these elements, but where we didn't configure was this institutional arrangements to move the financing function. So without institutional arrangements, there's really limited. Yeah, you can achieve, but you need some organizational or arrangements for the financing function for you then to squeeze or to deliver the three core functions. Yeah, so maybe also as central to my presentation is how we can get to UHC financing wise. And so maybe that also requires a bit of understanding on how we can measure that progress. The WHO has suggested what's called the Investor Health Coverage Index. Is now being widely used by countries. So this measures coverage of essential services. So reproductive, maternal, newborn, child health, infectious diseases, and non-communicable diseases, and service capacity and access among the general and most disadvantaged populations. Okay, so at least these are generally agreed as areas where we can kind of commonly build a measure of how good we are doing with our coverage of interventions. Yeah, so the index ranges from 0 to 1. Obviously, 0 means there's no service. So that's probably an plausible situation for any country. 100 is where you delivering all the domains. There are four components that are traced: reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health, infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, and then service capacity and access. So otherwise, inside there are a number of dimensions that sub-dimensions, but generally this is how we overall or so how you then can track progress towards UHC, how well are our countries, how close to 100 are our countries. That would suggest that they're doing well on their UHC. And then the lower the score, the more problematic UHC is in that particular country. Yeah, so I pulled data from the World Bank on GDP per capita. GDP per capita is commonly used as a measure of a country's welfare. At least, money enables households. So if you see, maybe if we use a reference, let's say the big guys in the SADC region, we know South Africa is a big economy, but what GDP per capita does is to just get the total output of a country divided by the population to assess on average how much each individual gets in terms of the resources of that country. So the bigger or the more population a country has on this, at a given level of total GDP, the lower the okay. But otherwise, mostly the countries on top here are the usual ones we expect to have higher per capita GDP. Although you see that some countries have higher per capita GDP than the size of their economies, which is a consequence of low population. Okay. The interesting part would be also at the bottom here. You'd see that, for example, DRC, Madagascar, Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, the GDP, this is the amount of the dollars, the average dollars that a household or on average an individual would have in a year. That's so on average, it says that on average in Malawi, an individual would have somewhere around $596, $92 in a year. This is in the whole economy, when everything in the economy is summed up. Okay. For health services, what it means is that this is a maximum. If Malawi was to allocate all the money in the country towards health, this is the maximum we can get to. Yeah, you can't give what you don't have. No. So our countries. So also, this means in Seychelles, for example, if they allocated all their money to health, this is a maximum they can. So obviously, if we compare this and this, as a general rule, you expect better quality of care here. Their capabilities are far wider here than here. That's the first thing. So as a health economist, I think growing up in the profession, I think then it comes back to one thing. I think the summary is that the enabler is a country's economic activity. If that's not good, we can talk about health financing reforms, squeezing as much, but in the end, we're facing with the this monster, the the constraint imposed by the economy. Yeah, so maybe here, maybe the summary we can agree is that the majority of our countries, the GDP per capita is quite low. To sustain is quite low. So I think a lot of thinking need to happen in there. I was trying to look for data on economic growth, but I think generally just to see how COVID has affected us. Yeah, so most countries, of course, obviously have been hit hard, although there's some rebound. This data isn't really high quality since countries are still learning. But key message is that UHC, the SDGs are ending in 2030. We've been met with the COVID pandemic, which has really affected how our countries are financing UHC. And at the time COVID hit Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, most of the donor financing was already tapering off. And so COVID really just confounded a dire situation in terms of further financing, complicating our country's capacities to finance UHC. So I think this is also the message maybe that's needed for our general population, that the economies are really struggling. The expectations raised, for example, pre-COVID, are really difficult to manage. If so, we have to hope for a rebound. A rebound means we get back to status quo. For the majority of countries, it's not. We're not talking about. So status quo for the majority of these countries is getting back here to weak economic positions initially, and then trying to start to move. No, it's not we're going to just jump out of COVID and then we see fast track growth. Yeah, so so I plotted GDP per capita. Just ignore the global there. Against UHC, what you see, or at least the key message is, what you see is a link between per capita GDP and the UHC index. Okay, these are those are countries that have their index captured by World Bank. So these are all countries. Then I pulled out countries in the SADC region. You also see the same trend generally. The higher a country's per capita GDP, the more closer to 100 their universal health coverage indexes. So coming back to GDP or economic growth as the enabler for UHC. If you pull the Sub-Saharan figures, you note that most of our countries are really under 70. Okay, maybe let's say under 60 here. Okay, under here. So and also the countries that have high per capita GDP are the countries that are doing well with UHC. Just a caveat there, as you see also even here and even here, it's possible to have, so going back to the earlier point, it's possible to have higher GDP, let's pick a country like this one. It's possible to have higher GDP but achieve little with in terms of the universal health coverage. And then with these countries with low GDP, you see how. So this is one country, another country, another country, another country. What it tells us is also that at the same level of financing, some countries can squeeze results out of the system. So this goes to reorganize how you organize the system. So the payment, for example, the provider payment example I alluded to, or one individual could be getting as much from their $50 as another from the same money. Yeah, so this is what this is telling us. Okay, and it's possible for another household living on a low budget to be achieving better welfare than another household with all the money in the world. So that's what it's telling us. Even at country level, this is what is happening. But the key message overall is we need more economic performance in our countries to achieve, to finance UHC. I also plotted the link between government expenditure, total government expenditure, and UHC. Yeah, so here we plot the, so rather than plotting the total government expenditure, I plot the percentage of government expenditure or government expenditure as a percentage of total health expenditure. Okay, so it's limiting to the money that's available for health, and then just plotting government expenditure as a percentage of total government expenditure. What we get is really an important aspect of UHC financing. Countries that are financing their UHC via government budgets squeeze a lot from their health financing than countries that are doing otherwise. So government expenditure here would include either money coming via Ministry of Finance or via a mandatory insurance scheme, for example, Rwanda. Okay. Yeah. So here at low government expenditures, you see low UHC coverage, and then at higher government expenditures, you see high UHC coverage. So underscoring the importance of government budgets as a vehicle to fast track UHC. So it means one, the more we allocate to ourselves, the more we are likely to get to UHC. But this isn't so this must we cannot allocate more than what we have. That's the problem now. Okay, and so we can also not keep allocating to health because there are other competing sectors. So the only way you can increase the amount of funding to health is grow the economy. I think that's the key message. But as we do that, we know that we must use the government budget more and more as a vehicle. And I also plotted out of pocket. So where people are paying out of pocket more frequently. So as out of pocket payments as a percentage of the health sector financing. Okay. So we also see a negative slope relationship between the more out of pocket spending a country uses to finance health services, the lower their universal health coverage achievement. So we find that we need more government allocations, and two, we need to minimize the likelihood of out-of-pocket payments in our country. So I think these are two key conclusions for universal health coverage. Yeah, so here we just combine all this conversation just to underscore. Yeah, just to underscore that. So we have per capita household expenditure, per capita donor expenditure, per capita government health expenditure, and per capita health expenditure. So the total expenditure, and then broken down by its components, we see the same shape, that the countries that have more GDP are able to allocate more to their health sectors. Yeah, that's kind of the general summary. So we need to grow the GDP, need to use more government spending as a vehicle, and we need to minimize out-of-pocket payments when trying to. So out-of-pocket payments, when individuals come and pay to access services directly. Okay, this doesn't mean that people must not pay for services. It just means that people must not pay at a point they are sick. In fact, out-of-pocket payment is considered as a tax on the sick. So that's the main reason. So you're taxing somebody who is sick. Governments must tax people who are healthy. So we create, so that's why we talk about prepayment mechanism. So before people are sick, let them contribute. When they are sick, let them access services as if they are free. It doesn't mean that services are free, but it just means that we've organized the way people contribute. It's like asking people to pay insurance after they've an accident. It won't work. So yeah, so I'll skip that. Yeah, so yeah, so we don't have money, and so that's the main problem in the majority of our countries. I also presume that, for example, in countries that are really doing better, like South Africa, they also have their own challenges at their levels. And also, when compared to, say, other high-income countries, we know that they are not doing well. So there are problems at each level of economic progression. There's an assessment called PEFA. It checks how well government budgets are. So most these are routinely used by World Bank, IMF to assess the quality of government budgets. Yeah, so I just put from the PEFA website the dimensions that I thought are very important. So with the money, and we know that this money must move via the government system, okay, as budgets. So the key question is now, how good are our budgeting systems to really squeeze efficiency out of the budgets and achieve fast-tracked UHC or within what's feasible in our budgets. So the PEFA score ranges from A to D, where A is good performance in the dimension, D is bad performance. I put our countries. There wasn't data for South Africa, so this would have been important to compare South Africa there. Yeah, but as you see, the majority of our countries are really not doing well across key dimensions of reliability. Budget reliability means if the budget, how predictable is it to the sectors, for example? If you you are approving the budget $1 million for a sector, how good or how close will the expenditure be to the, or how close will the allocations be close to the approved amount? So that variation shows the quality or reliability of how funding comes to sectors. For Their sector budgetary ability is very important because you need the money first because you can't predict when people come. Everybody gets sick when they want to, at least when their body feels like. So you need the providers to have the money or the supplies ready so that when you go, it looks like they prepared for you. So budgetary ability really is very key, but as you can see, yeah, with some countries are really doing great, and then some countries not so well. Some of the countries, for example, since here we just check approved versus, for example, allocation. If the budgets are low, it's easier for governments to honor the allocation. They fund you, but there's not enough. So yeah, so that's why maybe. But the important dimensions to check is in budget composition out 10. So how good, for example, is money allocated to human resource gets allocated spent here? This will then check how pressed the providers in the sector, for example, are with amounts of funding. So the environments that are making routine to try and achieve a bit of self-delivery. So in across the countries, you see Malawi, the providers or the sectors will get the money, but inside the money, they are not able to stick to the budgets. There are a lot of factors. The money is not enough. So, for example, at the time they are getting the money is not. It's just maybe enough for the ambulance services, so they run it. Okay, they just push for the money to run the ambulance. So, this would be indication of low financing. Of course, other factors could come in. Yeah, so revenue out 10 mostly will relate to how, so the projected revenues from our revenue authorities, and then the amounts that governments actually collect. You you also see that in the majority of our countries, it's very difficult. And we've used, so much of the information we used here was pre-COVID. The situation must be even worse now, that our governments are really struggling to get the money. Yeah, so I was interested in the transparency of public finances dimension. How good are now the citizens have given the money? How good, how easy is it for them to know? One, how much is going to, in our case, sector, how much a provider has received, and how much they've spent out of that money, and on what. That information, you really have to fight the service providers to get that information. Yeah. So, the results are clear. So, in the majority of the countries, the systems really don't exist. Of course, we've some really good countries that are making good progress. And then transfers to subnational governments. I think this is also very important. Most of our countries have adopted decentralization. However, like in our country, the money, we've devolved the budgets from central level to district councils, I think the equivalent of district councils in our countries. But the budgets for 20 years now, 20 years now, that is 2099, I think, when we started the decentralization process, 20 plus. We are yet to trickle the budgets to the providers, health centers, the agriculture, the EP, the extension planning, the secondary schools, primary schools. No, they have to get the money from a central place at the councils. Okay, so it's a suboptimal arrangement in the decentralization, and this is being picked by these assessments. That although we've decentralized, but the money is stuck somewhere, and the community is really not empowered in the budgets. I think that's what. If we combine the and then this, and you also see, because of that, across the countries, it's really difficult for the population to know or to know aspects of the budget, but we ask them to contribute, make more payments, but they're not allowed or they've limited access to participate in the budget process. Yeah, and then as a predicament, of course, you see, we don't do well in the oversight, internal audit, financial integrity, and external audits. So this is not a random occurrence. It must be a consequence of how we've designed the PFM systems. And although we don't check, this could also be one factor for variations in the achievements, especially in this sector of UHC across countries at same level of GDP. Why should countries with same level of resources differ in their achievement? So it has to go down to the organization of the funds, the money, issues of accountability, transparency. Yeah, so yeah, so I think we can go on and on with the evidence, but from assessing the challenges of health financing, there are fundamental issues. One, we lack the capacity to optimally mobilize sustainable and predictable funds for their sector to then allow us to deliver essential services. We also have underdeveloped pooling arrangements that are then backed up by weak PFM systems. They are supported by weak PFM systems, either at least I come from the public service. There's serious resistance to decentralize. At least in my time, at least we had to be pushed, and so eventually we create systems that then fragment the pools and then make PFM really suboptimal. And the third one is we've underdeveloped strategic purchasing measures. Either we build resource allocation frameworks for national transferring funds to subnational levels, and we end there. We don't really have solid frameworks to move funds to providers. And even if we had them, we don't have the PFM arrangements to allow providers to capacitate providers to manage the funds. And so, in the context of health delivery, these three things have to be there for us to achieve value for money. No, if it doesn't help just mobilizing the money. Early on, around 2004, we had donors. If you heard about the sector-wide approaches, donors coming to the sectors, pushing their money as direct budget support. But the PFM systems were not ready; those collapsed. But we know direct budget support is the most convenient vehicle for. Okay, so. We can so with pooling arrangements, we don't have pooling arrangements, sound pooling arrangements, the swaps, for example, and then the PFM systems are really underdeveloped too. And then finally, to do these functions optimally, we don't we lack the sound institutional arrangements, not just at national level, at district level and service provider level, to carry out these functions. Yeah, so I'll just highlight some of the broad issues across those dimensions. Yeah, so yeah, so with the issues around resource mobilization, so at the moment, armed with the knowledge that our countries will struggle in the UHC period to raise money, one, COVID has really compromised our capacities, and donor funding is really, struggling. So we need to resort to measures to squeeze efficiency out of our systems. But the extent of this, of course, has to be country specific, which dimensions of health service delivery cause inefficiencies. But I think where we need to get to is to want to inform our communities that the system doesn't have money. I think we have to be transparent about it. The global economy want to bring the much needed cushion the sectors had in terms of donor funding. At the same time, governments really have to balance between other sectors as well, while the economies are trying to pick up. So we need to find creative ways of getting communities to contribute. Yeah, getting communities to participate in financing. I think we've talked about community participation, but not in the sense of empowerment. So we engage them in certain aspects, for example, during budget planning, but when it comes to budget execution, they are left out. And then when it comes to monitoring, yeah, so when it comes to monitoring, we also leave them out. So our approach to community participation has been nominal, marginally involving them when we need them, to rubber stamp maybe a policy decision we want. I think we are in a stage where we need to tell the communities, as central governments, it's not possible to really promise free healthcare and fund free healthcare. If we want free healthcare, one, we need to, there has to be what can be promised as an entitlement, and it must be available. But the communities must be active participants. And then, so for paying services, this comes up especially in countries that are really struggling, where there's been push by providers to start collecting revenue. However, here what it means that if we think about paying services in public facilities, it has to be a system that creates them as optional services, and also there are stronger arrangements to subsidize, cross-subsidize the poor, the free services using the residual income from here. Otherwise, what we end up creating is where the clinicians really just find a way to top up their salaries, and and then here we still are going to need external assistance, but what we don't have currently, that in the majority of our countries, external funding comes in a more reactive ways. We don't have capacity to look around the opportunities and put up proposals at regional level, at national level. We wait for our external partners in Europe, for example, to put up a proposal. They come to us via investor, for example. So this really create a situation where we see more money, but it's fragmented. It's ring fenced and can't be reused to deliver services. Yeah, and innovative financing is a terminology that's been abused over time. but it's something we still can't get away with. We need to really find ways of innovating. But as we know from the trials, for example, results-based financing attempts, I think the designs by our colleagues in the West to us were informed by the community requirements of our communities. And so we didn't really generate enough evidence out of important promising concepts like results-based financing, performance-based financing. You know, we must pay for performance. And so when it fails, it must be that we need to look at something that wasn't right, rather than the concept of results itself. Yeah, and then on yeah, so on pooling, I think the majority of the issues will emanate from fragmentation of funding. So inside government, for example, with programs, and then with sectors, local government, health, other key players, so holding funds that are not joint, but more important, also with donors. So donor funds is very important, because you might see if you run we do resource mapping, resource tracking studies, you see a lot of donor funds, but they are tied to certain programs, and so they're not available for services that the poor face. Or they are fragmented across small implementers. And so you create a lot of inefficiencies, administration, and so don't get value for money out of that. So I think now there's more talk about returning to the pool arrangements. I'll talk about that later. And then we need leadership, governance, and accountability mechanisms for health financing. And then also, in addition to pooling, we need to really be sensitive when donors worry about mismanagement. Because in the end, it's not the policymaker who suffers. It's a majority of poor people who are not part of the processes that result in the donor withdrawals, but then these are the recipients of the impacts of such aid withdrawal. Yeah, so on strategic purchasing, yeah, I think at present, fewer countries have really thought about strategic purchasing as an important issue, or at least we're starting to think about strategic purchasing as very key. Yeah, but as we've appreciated, without effective resource allocation frameworks that transfer funds to the providers where service delivery occurs, we can't achieve value for money. And then alongside the resource allocation frameworks, we don't have mechanisms that transfer money between the fund holders and, for example, tertiary institutions, and fund holders and providers of primary care. And so in the end, we really will struggle to squeeze value for money without this. And then finally, the institutional arrangements, and these have to be context specific. Mostly it has to do with how we organize our planning departments in the Ministries of Health to carry on these broad functions of health financing. At the moment, most ministries function as managers of the budgets, but they don't have either internal or external capacities to undertake, for example, the functions of strategic budgeting design, and then health financing monitoring in general. Yeah, but I think what we need also more is a strong advocacy. We need to really communicate the health financing situation, manage expectations from the general public. We did an assignment. There was an external consultant who came, and so they reviewed the health budget. And yeah, we've been saying the central medical stores is not efficient. It's not efficient. But then when the consultant reviewed the allocations to central medical stores, it brought out an important issue. It says when compared with the allocations and quantification estimate, the minimum needed to guarantee availability of supplies, there was a discrepancy of 60%, and our stock out rates are 60%. So that means by design, the system was designed to produce 60% stock outs. This is information that must be communicated. It's got two solutions: scale down what we promise as free, and then inform the communities and ensure that the benefit package that we can promise as an entitlement is available without stock outs. Outside that, let's discuss with the communities how we going to fund that. Otherwise, I think it's politically easier to promise free services, free care, but I think it's really difficult to finance free care. Yeah, so generally then it leaves us with a range of options, almost like if we think about the broad strategies, they have to respond to the challenges that we agree are the broad areas our systems are struggling. Yeah, so the strategies must resolve the issue of adequacy, how much adequacy of funds, sustainability and predictability to allow the sector deliver the quality that we are demanding out of it. And then we need strategies on efficiency and equity in the pooling of the funds, as well as management of the resources in the sector. And crucially, we need to start gradually developing and implementing strategic purchasing measures across levels of service delivery. And finally, ensure that we've robust institutional arrangements to carry out these three functions. Yeah, I'll just run through more or less like a checklist of what we should look at. For example, if assessing policies that purport to change this nursing situation in our countries. So yeah, so on resource mobilization, yeah, I think we can ignore this one. It's country specific contextual. Yeah, but we need to design and implement efficiency improvement initiatives across the system as a priority intervention, given that we've studies that show that it will be really hard for our countries to mobilize additional funds. So for this sector, so we must squeeze efficiency to generate more outputs out of the available funds. More crucially, we need to explore options or potential participation of communities in financing of public health services. So I think here we are short of saying do this, do that, because these options must be sensitive to the needs of the communities. You know? So in an affluent community, you can think of a community insurance scheme. In a poor community, maybe we can think of health funds. I'll come later to a possible design of something that integrates the community into health financing. Yeah, but otherwise, I think maybe starting at a regional level, starting to put up capacity to really bid, grants. Most of our countries, for example, don't have the capacity to bring the money. Yeah, we rely on, for example, capacity sitting in another country to look for additional money for our countries. I think this has to be built in country so that we can respond optimally. Yeah. So on the pooling, thinking through how we coordinate, especially multiple government pools, as well as more crucially, how we coordinate donor funds, especially in the context that it's difficult to entice them to budgetary support. But we must find a way to make donor fund look like it's combined with government funds. Without that, I think we achieve so much fragmentation and little efficiencies. And then also facilitate measures on accountability for both government and donor funds. In fact, we need to start with measures on how on government funds. At the moment, I think most the push comes from donors, put up accountability measures on their funds. But I think to be more sustainable, or TFM measures must start with how we bring the community face to face with government funds. At that point, we will start learning how to manage. And then when donors come, at least we've learned. We can't learn on other people's money, So, so on strategic purchasing, most countries are really doing what we call essential health packages. They've designed them. But maybe what lacks is how we monitor their implementation and then learn from that to customize them, because most of these designs are also inherited. We done little to customize. But more important, we need to start thinking about provider payment mechanisms, which are linked to efficiency, accountability, and orient providers towards results. On the institutional arrangements, I think this has to be a context. If there's no health financing division within the planning department, then that would constitute the starting point, establish one, and then over time it learns. The language, the challenge, of course, in some countries like ours is that the economies are common service, so they move. The turnover is really high, so that you can't build health economics capacity in the planning departments. And so, without health economics capacity, all these are extremely technical functions. So you need to institutionalize the health economics capacity inside the ministries, and then find a place, maybe in universities, to host the additional capacities. I think with that, over time, we start learning, and then we build institutional knowledge, history of what's happening, and then they are able to assess. At the moment, most of us will rely on experts to come and do this diagnosis, and then they go. So just to recap, financing, therefore, is not just about raising the money. Or we need to think about our financing strategies, let's call them, should prioritize the country-specific resource revenue mobilization strategies, and then how these funds, when mobilized, are pulled, and from the pools, how we then allocate to different functions, and then how we then transfer to providers. All these functions must be in place, or a reform must focus on all these functions. So if you focus on this one and you don't, you are blind around this, you're not going to achieve much out of that reform. Similarly, so if you're going to reform the financing function, it has to be across all these four functions, not just at one level of the financing system. Yeah, so I think what I've provided is maybe a general framework, or a general framework. I just wanted to at least something that as members of parliament in our countries we might find interesting, and at least this is new. At every phase, at least every 5 years, there's something that would be called a reform. Yeah, so I think this is kind of what people think is new thinking. It's something we should have delivered a long time ago. Yeah, so there's more recognition that we need to do a lot with decentralization, especially in the sector. And this is not just decentralization of health services. I think we've decentralized the services, we've given the providers the mandate over service provision. However, what we haven't given them in the majority of our countries is the money. Okay, the money is controlled somewhere. So there's thinking backed by solid economics behind it, that given that we can't raise money, we need to manage now the money we have. And that process must include or entail that some of the money is managed by the people who are directly providing the service, because they know they are in contact with the problem, and so they would be the best place to move the funds to the functions and help at least increase the likelihood of achieving the UHC. So one, we need to reform community accountability. At the moment, we talk about community participation, but when most of the accountability structures do not have mandate over budget functions or they will be involved during planning, because the planning guidelines push healthcare managers to involve communities. Beyond planning, the communities, one, have little knowledge of what's allocated to them, what is spent on their behalf, on what the money has been spent on their behalf. So this is something we need to evaluate. There's work that the World Bank is doing across some of our countries. Yeah, so much of this lens from what were called resource-based finance schemes. We know that they didn't achieve much success. There's some work that we've done, and it pins this limited success to that they everything they proposed was right. What they didn't suggest right was what they overlooked was how the role of communities in the budget process. Okay, yeah. So they came, they did what the policymakers do now. They organized communities, said so we introduced provider autonomy, but we buy supplies for you. We plan together, but we keep the money for you. No? So there's some work that anecdotal evidence that shows that communities had learned a little bit from there, but they lack support. So learning how some of the limited money they were asked to keep improve service delivery. In some countries, at least in my country, communities are starting to put up community funds. So birth before arrival, for example, in my country, some communities are charging. If you deliver before they charge you, but they keep the money in a health center account, And then they use the money to say hire an ambulance when there are no government funds or it's taking time. 1 hour would be dangerous for a woman. So the communities, then the community members approve, allow the facility to bring a vehicle from within the community. At that point, you've saved life of the mother, life of the child, because the money was there in the community. Without that, the decision to bring the ambulance would start with a call the manager. The ambulance apparently maybe is taking the officers to a workshop, and then in that time the mother is not waiting. So we need to find ways that to allow the facilities, the service providers, health center managers, to make decisions with the communities. However, because we can't also entrust the provider with the money entirely without oversight arrangements, this is why the first thing we need to do is reform the accountability structures to function as owners, not of just the services, but also of the money going to them. And then when we do that, once we've created capacity to manage funds within the community with oversight structures, capacitate the providers now to have a reporting line with the communities. At the moment, this is limited. The providers have allegiance to the superiors with limited allegiance to the communities. So that only comes with the community has money. It can't be allegiant to, money talks. Let's give the communities money, a little bit of money to manage and fund the services. And then we then would need to start thinking about community pools, the funds, learning from what communities are doing by themselves. The example I gave, there's a lot of examples in the country. Learning from what communities are doing by themselves, start building up these small funds, formalizing them, linking them to, you remember I said government funds are the most effective vehicle, linking them to the government funds. One way that the donor community are thinking around it is what we call direct facility funding. So using the funds coming from donors, allocating some budget, and then transfer directly to the communities. What that will do is it will train the communities to manage funds. We know that we've talked about possible losses, but no, monies. I had examples about theft in our ministries, but I removed them because I thought since this is a forum of honorables, and but so we've stories about stories after stories about corruption by public servants, and so I think we need to train the communities to manage funds. From a development point of view, of course, I think we also we can balance. If money is stored in the communities, I think it's still circulating in there. But more generally, it's very difficult for one to steal money in the community or perpetually. Perpetually. There's some psychology about poor people. It's not possible for them to really see you steal their money perpetually. Because the signs that you are stealing will be in the community. You will be changing at a rapid pace, and they would expect of you. So I think that will. So if we capacitate communities to do all the PFM functions, it will also eliminate the need for audits. Can't audit from central level on services that are being delivered at community. We need to empower community to audit the services, the funds there. And then, of course, doing this requires intelligence. We need to know which communities things are working in real time, and so I think we need to fast track digital. I think it's called digital health financing, but generally we need to digitize health services so that we hook the money to the services. We're able to compute quickly, remotely, the cost per service delivery, across, and then with dashboards that go into managers, and they know in real time which intervention is working, which policy, financing policy is working, is not working, and then we can react in real time. And ultimately, this is a journey. So I think we rushed to try and do pay for results without building the systems. So ultimately, we then, after we've built this capacity, communities functioning as at a level of facilitables, then providers having the autonomy to respond to rapidly to community needs, and formalizing and supporting the available, the current community interventions, and where we've, where possible, or orient donor funds to move straight to health centers, because donors are worried that their money is stolen upstream. So maybe we can come with new, we can incentivize them, change the language and say, okay, we're not, we know you worried about our PFM system, but you and us know, or at least agree that we need the communities to have the services. Otherwise, donor funds isn't doing the UHC job it should be doing. So getting donors to move their money, at least part of their money, to fund direct health centers, and start moving to pay for results. Because you can't pay for results if you don't have intelligence. And so I think that's why, also what I was saying was, most of the attempts we've done in the past 6-7 years aim to fast track autonomy of providers. And then maybe we talked about insurance schemes, but there's now new knowledge that without a robust intelligence system, it's difficult to achieve any of this, because you need monitoring, you need trust. Trust comes when you can account, and when you can account on the spot. So, or in our countries, for example, if the community asks for an accounting report, it will take years to come. Okay, so not that providers deliberately want to, but the systems, in fact, are deliberately designed not to do that. So we need to push for digital transformation of the data, so that information is available real time. Yeah, so maybe just a little bit of evidence. I think there was not enough time to put up the presentation. I would have tried to map all the interventions that are taking money to communities in the sector. Yeah, so that was a very successful trial in Malawi, which at the moment is going to be scaled up, where instead of funding the providers, we use donor funds to fund the communities, what we called health advisory committees, transform them to function as boards. We allowed them to keep 5 to 10% of the grant for the meetings, just to catalyze that every month all the villages have an opportunity to come, because most wouldn't come because they are coming from distant communities. So you end up with just the members from surrounding community, and then easily corruptible. But if you bring all the communities, the representatives are meeting every month, over time we would have built capacity and immunity to corruption. Yeah, so at least from, if there's one key message on this, is one, we cannot assume the competence to bring the money. Okay, so we must get communities participate, but for the communities to participate, they must be empowered. And ultimately also, the legal framework must be designed to allow for transfer of funds to communities. It might be important, of course, at the SADC level to just check how the different stages at which countries are. Yeah, and then with communities empowered over time, we can start asking for results. Yeah, can I start asking for results? Pay for the UHC indicators. That's the only way we can guarantee that we're going to achieve UHC. Yeah, maybe I can end there with a few, just this is the same summary that I made. So towards UHC, and it's coming fast, we need, obviously, we need to revive and sustain donor confidence in our PFM systems. This begins by us building the capacity to check our PFM systems ourselves, to check government money, and then use that capacity to manage donor funds. We need to find ways of improving donor coordination, including strengthening a sector-wide approach, thinking about the sector as a whole, and the platforms for multi-donor joint funding or multi-donor trust funds to improve coordination of the donor money, given that in the majority of our countries, it's not our PFM systems cannot readily be used to move donor funds. But that matter, we need political commitment to fast-track economic transformation. This will expand the fiscal space that our health sectors agents need, allowing us to really be more flexible in terms of what we can do. Yeah. Otherwise, thanks so much. So at least I invite questions or comments, maybe.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc, for a well informative presentation, well presented. Honorable members, I seek your indulgence. Maybe before we go into plenary or any discussion regarding the presentation, I would like to ask you, honorable members, if is it possible to go and grab a cup of tea, then we come back, then we continue with the debate. Thank you so much. Yes, Madagascar.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis Dr Fiabouvana Louv. Je viens de Madagascar. J'aimerais me présenter aussi, c'est mon boulot avant d'être député. Je suis médecin, inspecteur, chef de service de district sanitaire dans cette circonscription. Donc, c'est une opportunité pour moi d'avoir cette essence à propos du CHU. Et ça nous permet vraiment d'avoir de nouveaux horizons et nous permet d'évaluer notre situation parce que là, sur les projections, on voit que Madagascar se trouve avant-dernier sur le tableau à propos de l'évolution du CSU. Et j'aimerais aussi féliciter monsieur le professeur qui nous a enseigné l'économie de la santé. Et ça nous guide vraiment, ça nous donne des idées pour améliorer notre CSU. On sait que Madagascar, il fait partie des pays pauvres. Leur PIB est inférieur à $2 par an, par personne, par habitant. Donc là, il y a déjà des goulots, il y a déjà des problèmes économiques qui entraînent de la faible budget alloué à la santé. Chez nous, il n'y a que 9% de budget national qui sont alloués au domaine de la santé, au lieu de 16% sur le domaine sur le protocole d'Abuja. Nous ne sommes qu'à 9% maintenant. Et nous avons aussi des améliorations depuis 2017 qu'on a commencé le CSU. Maintenant, nos soins d'urgence, les premiers soins sont gratuits et certains districts ont pratiqué les FBP, les fonds basés par la performance avec notre partenaire. Et ça va améliorer nettement l'accès aux soins et la prise en charge des malades. Et là aussi, vous allez nous encourager de chercher tous les moyens innovatrices pour avoir des financements au CSU, comme les taxes. Là, on a déjà eu des taxes sur le téléphone mobile et ça, c'est versé au compte du CSU. Mais en général, c'est de la participation communautaire qui assure le financement du CSU chez nous. Et nous sommes en phase de décès. Donc, il n'y a que quelques districts qui ont bénéficié de ce système de CSU, mais on voit bien que ça marche et ça aide vraiment la population à avoir des accès aux soins et approprier ce système. Là aussi, il faut tenir compte le système de santé à Madagascar parce que, comme vous avez expliqué tout à l'heure, que la périphérie, dans le domaine périphérie, c'est-à-dire dans le district ou régional, qu'on doit agir, mais pas au niveau central. Donc, il y a des efforts à faire avec ça. Mais heureusement, maintenant, sur le volet santé, Madagascar est déjà dans ce sens travailler, allouer des budgets au niveau périphérique. Et puis, tout ce qui est on entame dans le CSI, ça dépend de la bonne gouvernance. Donc, il faut tenir compte aussi de le management des fonds parce que là aussi, il y a des failles. Chez nous, on a déjà eu des projections, mais il y a des blocages à cause de mauvaise gestion de cet fonds alloué au CSI. Donc, pour finir mes interventions, en tant que député maintenant, cet exposé nous a aidé d'amener vers l'amélioration du système de santé, renforcer aussi les ressources sur le CSU et puis faire des évaluations comme quoi on va partager les expériences, on va amener les expériences acquises ici dans le pays membre de la SADAI. Donc, c'est une opportunité pour nous et c'est une chance d'assister à cette séance de partage sur le volet CIC. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Madagascar. Honorable members, before the dog come in, I wanted to ask if it is possible for us to go and grab a cup of tea, then come back, then continue the discussion. Thank you so much. So dog will come after we come back from tea.
Yes,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Yeah, thanks.
Calling the meeting to order. Welcome back, honorable members. Now I hand it over to Dr. Koma to respond to Madagascar. But before that, yes,
May I propose that he takes maybe 3 or 4 minutes?
okay, that's what I wanted to
Thank you.
tell the meeting. Okay, maybe 2 or 3 interventions or questions, then after that, the doctor will come in. Thank you. Yes, Zimbabwe, then Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by thanking the doctor for the
Senhora
insightful.
Presidente, eu também pedi a palavra.
Come on.
Eu queria dizer à senhora Presidente que eu também pedi a palavra. Angola também pediu a palavra.
Okay, that's a third one. Fourth, fifth. Namibia, this one is what? Mozambique. Then Angola is number 3 after Zimbabwe. Yeah, in that order, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by thanking the doc for his insightful presentation, which is actually an eye-opener as to all our countries where we are and what we can improve upon. But perhaps really I want to share also what the doctor from Madagascar has already shared with us in terms of commitments or declarations that are actually adopted by our countries, especially the Waka Declaration on the 15% allocation on health. My country is on 13%. It has not been easy. We have been pushing, but resources actually are not permitting us to reach that particular 15%. And we bemoan the absence of such commitment through the Ministry of Finance. The next point of mine goes on to priority setting on achieving the required policies on UHC. without priorities, you'll find that we'll get lost as countries, because if we don't prioritize a particular item, especially in the budget process, how then do you even allocate resources? If we shortchange even the target, then we are bound to fail in terms of delivering whatever is supposed to be done. So I want to thank the doctor, because he emphasized really the need for policy, for planning, etc. But without priority setting, will be found wanting. My next point is on transparency and accountability. Perhaps really to emphasize the need for monitoring and evaluation, because without evaluating in terms of getting to know how transparent the resources and account to the resources that actually come from even the government itself, from the donors. More importantly, donors create relationships with those who account, with those who are open in terms of how they've used the resources. But the results can only be seen with the achievements at community level. My second point is also on the consultation or engagement with the communities, because communities really know what they want, and without them, we as parliamentarians, we cannot move the interests of those communities. So in my country, we have had to develop a system where before the budget, we go to consult to find out what they want. So you know which clinic, which hospital needs rehabilitation and the needs of those people. With that, then community involvement, you set priorities in terms of that. My last point is that I think there is need actually to also go a step further in finding out on whether all these countries in not actually attaining the GDP, what is actually the problem? Because I was impressed with some countries who are, very high in terms of their GDP, but we also looked at those countries, including mine, who have not actually improved in terms of the GDP. So I want to thank you for the presentation. It's an eye-opener. We are going to also use it. But the final point, I think, is also on the allocation. Like in my country, where we have what we call Constituent Development Fund. These are funds allocated to communities through the members of parliament, which actually tend to improve the lives of the people, persons with disabilities, disadvantaged communities. And also there is need to, because it takes two to tango. The health sector itself, the public sector employees, their conditions of service, as long as they are not also improved or lucrative, we continue to lose our doctors, we continue to lose our nurses, our nurse aides to rich countries as SADC, and we must actually look at how we can improve the conditions of service for public sector employees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zimbabwe. Another taker? Is it Seychelles? Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all honorable members. Thank you, presenters. The presentation was an eye-opener for all of us. And I would just like to ask a few questions in relation to UHC. One is that within the SADC region, or I don't know whether you will be able to answer it, what is the percentage of a budget allocated to health has been stipulated by the SADC regional, but for the SADC countries, that each member state should allocate to the health sector? The other question is that what is the positive impact on life expectancies, whereby member states, countries do or do not meet the UHC indicators or targets? The other one is that what will be your opinion in regards to donor funds? What are its importance? Do you think it is important for all countries in terms of its durability
and terms and conditions imposed by those donors. Because for the sake of the information, Seychelles, because we have high GDP, we do not meet the criteria for external funding from external donors. So in fact, all of our strategies are being funded through domestic funding. And one more, I think, there was one more question. And the other thing is that when you mentioned about the strategies, from what I've learned for the past days, you mentioned about the different areas whereby countries has to focus on in regards to UHC. Affordability, you mentioned affordability, which is finance protection, accessibility, equity, in the service, quality, acceptability, especially acceptability, and then service availability. My question is that in regards to quality, acceptability, what would, especially for countries not to meet the UHC targets, what's in your opinion, what are the issues, especially in our continent, that is preventing countries from attaining the targets in regards to quality, acceptability, when it comes to cultural acceptance of the populations or the community of certain services that is being provided? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Angola?
Muito obrigada, senhora Presidente. Caros colegas, eu antes de mais gostaria de dizer que eu não faço parte desta comissão, estou aqui a representar a senhora deputada Luísa Damião, que é membro desta comissão. Em segundo lugar, eu quero também agradecer o preletor pela apresentação que fez há pouco, com bastante objetividade, e também pela forma como apresentou os problemas dos nossos serviços de saúde. Uma questão que eu gostaria que víssemos aqui em conjunto tem a ver, primeiro, com a educação das nossas populações. Me parece que isso é um ponto fulcral para que possamos falar dos serviços da saúde. A outra questão tem a ver com o facto dos determinantes da saúde, isso foi aqui abordado também pelo nosso preletor, não se encontrarem no setor da saúde. Pelo menos em Angola é assim, o saneamento básico, a limpeza, não se encontra no setor da saúde, e então todos os problemas que criam essas determinantes acabam por desembocar nos serviços de saúde. A outra questão que também foi aqui focada, e eu reconheço, é o facto de nós termos, a nível dos nossos países, e Angola não é exceção, grande parte das verbas para a saúde são geridas a nível central. E começa pelos nossos orçamentos. As nossas comunidades não participam na elaboração do orçamento. E por isso, tudo que eles recebem para a saúde é planificado a partir da central, do aparelho central, ou a nível central. Há uma outra questão em relação aos impostos, até aquelas populações que estão com emprego e que estão no sistema, que pagam impostos, e os impostos nos últimos tempos até foram agravados, mas não encontram resposta no sistema de saúde. Nós ainda assistimos casos em que, para ir a um hospital público, às vezes é preciso levar as luvas, é preciso levar e se for receitado um medicamento, é preciso ir comprar com os seus com meios próprios. Se não tiver meios próprios, acaba por, às vezes, não fazerem o tratamento. Isso ainda é um problema sério nas nossas realidades. Então, eu penso que a abordagem desse tema é muito importante, mas o que nós queremos é, de facto, soluções execuíveis para nós sairmos dessa encruzilhada onde nós nos encontramos. Isso para dizer que nós gostaríamos também que nos fosse facultada essa apresentação, que até aqui ainda não recebemos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Now, can I go to Mozambique? Mozambique.
E muito obrigado pela concessão da palavra. Também na senda dos meus colegas que me antecederam, vou saudar ao nosso preletor, que de uma forma sucinta abordou aqui um tema de extrema importância. Durante a sua apresentação, pude reter algumas questões muito importantes para a nossa reflexão nos nossos parlamentos. Uma das coisas que eu pude reter, até quando que o orçamento aprovado vai estar próximo das despesas. Também reti durante a apresentação até que ponto os fundos alocados aos recursos humanos é usado para o fim para o qual foi concebido, que é muito importante. É um aspecto também muita importância, porque às vezes são aprovados fundos escassos, mas não são usados para os devidos efeitos. Às vezes há o desvio da aplicação. E Moçambique, dizer que Moçambique tem registrado avanços em matérias de saúde primária. Como uma forma para melhorar isso, tende a descentralizar esses serviços para os municípios, mas de uma forma paulatina. Temos descentralizados esses serviços. Também temos tentado criar a forma de gestão de controle e gestão de medicamentos. A gestão de controle e medicamentos é um aspecto que Moçambique tem estado a priorizar muito, porque em anos havia muito medicamento fora do sistema. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. Can I finish with Namibia?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is not really a comment per se. I was just having one question on the percentage, which has been already touched on by one of the previous members. However, I just wanted to stress to say, yes, we are rated number 5 as per the charter presented. And we are talking of, let's say, since 2019, our health expenditure per capita for Namibia was at 427 US dollars. And though Namibia health expenditure per capita fluctuated substantially in recent years, and this is by mainly the cause of COVID-19, it tended to increase through 2000 and
through 2000 up to 2019, where the period ended with the $427 per capita. However, for us to be at that level, it does not mean that we perform miracles. We are still being challenged with many issues. The main challenge we have is that our country is small. It's a vast area where most of the population are in deep rural areas. However, the government put in place, mainly during the budgeting processes, that 35% of our budget goes to health. And we intensify the community health services where we have programs of nurses periodically going to the villages. It depends on the population, and that also help us to at least cater for the members of our communities not to travel long distances to go to health cares. And the other thing is also for the community to have some income. We have a process of, let's say there is a construction of a road in a certain area. We have a process of food for, meaning that we bring together the people within those vicinities, and they work and they are given something small. And amongst them, they develop a program of saying whatever small they earn, they come up with their own collections, the household, they say this month we put this amount together. And if there is any assistance when it comes to health issues, they go to that kit, they get that small amount to help this person who need to go for health assistance. So those are some of the projects that we have introduced in some areas, not all the areas, but at least it's helping the government to at least facilitate for people to reach where the clinics are. We have also a system of, we are partly decentralized. It doesn't mean that we have all the clinics in all areas, but we have a system of saying there should be a clinic within the vicinity of 10 kilometers. It's still a long distance, but it's the beginning. However, it's also helping us out. So that's why we are where we are today, but a lot still need to be done. Challenges are there. However, we are also here to tap from our colleagues from different countries, especially those who are rating number 1, 2, 3, 4, and also from those who are behind us, because there are issues that, though we are, some countries are rated low, it doesn't mean that there is no any other experience that we can tap from. So I think it's for that reason that we are here today, also to learn from one another. In short, that was just my contribution.
Thank you so much, honorable members. And I pass it over to Dr. Koma to thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Most of the comments evidence that we were engaged in the presentation, and I think provide important information, but also I think just point to the need for kind of in-house mechanism within the region at regional level to really conduct these analyses and contextualize them. Yeah, so maybe starting with Madagascar, I think I also had a conversation with the Honorable Minister side, or the Honorable MP side. Yeah, so I think I think he was just giving a bit more support to these attempts to move funds under the management of communities, and that the benefits really are significant in terms of service delivery improvements. I think most of the other than revenue mobilization, we need to squeeze efficiency, I think, and efficiency is a matter of monitoring and evaluation. I think there's no better way of putting it. If we can get to strengthen oversight of the budget right by the communities, then we do what we call alignment. We squeeze alignment of provider incentives. You know, we can talk about ill-paid health workers, but we can't really pay them beyond what our economies can generate. But what we can do is that in the within the capabilities of our economy, we try to prevent loss in efficient behavior, and that can only come with more organized supervision. And this, there's no better vehicle than one placing responsibility in the hands of the people who are the beneficiaries of the service. So, yeah, I think thanks so much, Madagascar, for that. Yeah, I think he pointed out that the challenges that almost we would anticipate when trying to devolve funds to communities, but mostly that is also to do with the fact that when we're decentralizing initially, it's a chicken and egg. Do you start empowering the community? Or mostly what has been convenient is to start transferring the funds. But when we do that, and we need to recognize that there will be chances of losses, which are design losses in the sense that we're transferring before we capacitate. So we shouldn't come back and say the community is not capacitated. And this is, I think, the story that we've championed, that the communities are not capacitated, we can't transfer. But every day in our countries, there's stories about funds being lost by central government officials. So we also have no justification for keeping community funds in the hands of government officials that are not present. So I think we need to, if we decide to capacitate the communities, then we must also accept that there will be a bit of movement of funds before we see the service. So I think that's why I called it chicken and egg. Do we fast track to see the service improvement by allowing the provider have the money, or we capacitate the community, build their capacity, and then follow up with the funds. For us, capacitating the community, empowering, for example, the members of parliament to have oversight of the money, like the CDF, for example, the community, the constituency development funds, have already taught us that we can hook community funds to the member of parliament and then pin responsibility over them. We can do the same for the rest of the sectors. That each sector must dedicate 10% of their budget to providers, okay? And then under the oversight of the members of parliament. These members of parliament are the ones that are confronted with the challenges of underfunding, because when there's a needless funeral, yeah, we have to fund it. When availability of small antibiotics could have changed the situation. So, yeah, so I think that's why I just am passionate about the community grant. So I think I might be biased in there. Yeah, but so most I think from our side, from your side as members of parliament, it's about putting up the legal instruments to really enforce this we're dealing with, I've worked in the civil service for quite some time. So it's a servant and the owner, and then the old servant has been more powerful over time, no? And so we want to rely on this servant to then decentralize and create a system to monitor themselves. We know we're guaranteed that won't happen. Yeah, so it's really Parliament as custodians of the people to enforce our governments to move legislation that let's say the budget target says 15, and we know we're struggling to raise the 15% from central level, but we can say in the health sector budget, 15% must go to must be managed at community level. We know that at least if 85% of the money is stolen, there's still something not doing a service at the community. So yeah, but yeah, challenges will still come in the process. Yeah, so for can I continue? Okay. Yeah, so yeah, so for yeah, I think for the honorable from Madagascar. Yes, I think what I was saying was that yeah, I really agree with your points that you raised. That in the end we must still see that we are the body chairs in our communities. We've been tasked by the community to set up their system. And so part of that, at least in our country, we are pushing for transforming the community structures to function like boards. Because when we call them facilitators, then the health workers know that the mandate over service provision and the money is now with these people. At the moment, I think what we have is a situation that the honorable member of parliament from Zimbabwe also indicated. One, we can't achieve the budget target, but 13% is really good compared to the majority of our countries. Also, at 13%, it's really tough to push to the budget target. Now, the budget target is almost a ceiling that because education will come for the money, and then they will cite a malleable target, and then you go to agriculture with these subsidies, So in the end, ring fencing is really a solution, but not the most effective one. After all, you can only ring fence up to how much the economy can allow you. Yeah. So, but then I think you indicated issues of product setting. I muted them deliberately. I think most over the past 6 years, there's been a lot of capacity building in product setting across our countries. The design of essential benefit packages. What I think is problem is that we're not monitoring, and don't, as a consequence, we are not refining to suit our context, because most of these are defined by programs, projects that come to support us. And then when the projects fail, we don't really get into localizing those ones. Yeah, but I agree that M1D is key. And for M1D, I think this is important because you had indicated how you've moved to engage communities in the budget planning process. I think the majority of the countries around our side really have a strong in community engagement at the budget planning stage. But once the money is approved, that's the last time the community would have seen any public officer talking about money. So, and that's where probably the back of the transformation needs to start. How do we get a community to supervise the budget execution? Okay. Budget planning is an assignment of 1 month, but there's 10 months that implementers are working on the budget, are executing it. How do we get this interface with the community to build trust? And then also, just going to them with information about how much what's happening in the budget, how much are we spending, what are the challenges. I think these are things that we really mute. Yeah, and of course, the evaluating the barriers of economic growth. Yeah, but of course, this is in the health sector. Maybe what good is to point out at the limitations of the sectors charged with economic growth. So I think also this is something that, as representatives of health sectors in Parliament, I think flagging out, reviewing the policies, and then seeing to what extent they can generate growth. As a rule of thumb, of course, we talk about 7% annual growth as a minimum to steer a country out of trouble. But most of our countries fluctuate way less than that. Yeah, so this is really a big problem. But yeah, other than lobbying from the sector's perspective and acknowledging this, I think it's, yeah, the mandate really is something in the other sectors, and but we need to advocate. Yeah, we need to have an eye, interrogate the implications on economic growth of the budgets we are approving. I think if we start this conversation over and over, the crafters would know that when, yeah, while we're interested in the roads, the infrastructure, but it must be connected to generating money for the economy over time. So, yeah, for Seychelles, yeah, just to confirm, you indicated you're able to allocate 15%, is it, of the budget? Yeah, of course, this is also, yeah, as I indicated, because of, yeah, yeah, I think this is really commendable. Yeah, this is recommendable. It takes a lot of commitment to get the funding there. Yeah, otherwise, I think you pointed at aspects that yeah, were outside the scope of the presentation. But yeah, just to acknowledge that ultimately the purpose, the goal of our system must be seen in the way it shifts the life expectancy of the population. So this is the UHC goal of any health system, to improve the health of this population, to ensure that there's adequate financial risk protection, and of course, generally, to achieve sufficient levels of client satisfaction with the system. The ways to do that are more than financing. Okay, so yeah, so I think this is, I think it was important because I think the way I approached it, it then overemphasized financing. It overemphasized financing, but just to highlight that, I think I insisted that financing is a catalyst, but there are other building blocks of the system that must be in place. So, for example, we need to work on the determinants outside of the system. Population growth is a limiting factor for most of our countries. We need infrastructure capacity for the system. We need to ensure a robust supply chain system for the sector. We need the workforce, the health workforce. And then we also need governance arrangements that are sound, in addition to the money itself. However, money is really a catalyst, as we saw. yeah, money makes things possible. Without money, yeah, you would be the most intelligent person, but yeah, there's just little we could achieve. So, yeah, so otherwise, to achieve UHC, you need more than money, but money is a catalyst. I think that's kind of the message. You highlighted issues of quality. I think at a certain level of healthy financing, the issues of access become minimal, but quality becomes a key driver towards universal health coverage. At low levels of health financing, access, ensuring that people come, is key. So although they don't find medicines, but they find a consultation, they find a GP who then provides an informed opinion about a condition. This would ensure that if they pay out of pocket, they don't have to make frequent out of pockets. So it's still important to ensure that the human workforce is there. But quality is now both the systems, the organization, and the money. So at higher levels of GDP or capabilities, yeah, you need to worry about quality as a vehicle towards universal health coverage. In terms of the issues of quality, most of the also resonate around one, the information systems, human resource competences, not the numbers. You have the numbers, but the competences. And then robustness of the supply chain systems, for example. Client safety aspects, client care, patient client provider interaction aspects. So we categorize as quality in two aspects: the technical side of things, the actual quality of the service, but then also the service side of quality, the interaction between the patient and the client. So I think these are things that at some high level, as the funding for their sector improves, we can start managing them. But at the bottom end of it, you want to get the clients as quickly as possible to the facility to meet the provider. Yeah, but then when they come to the providers, the service is not there. So then quality becomes now the issue. Yeah, which is almost, that's why we see a lot of maternal mortality in our countries. When access is good, but mothers are really dying needlessly when they try in the facility. So that is good indication that the quality of care is really bad. But yeah, so there's so much you can do to work on it through service organization, squeezing providers to really be available or provide. So, however, with more funding and better systems, then you can achieve more quality and yeah, fast track the journey towards this. Yeah, and then I think also the colleague from Angola indicated, I just brought an important issue, or broadly we categorize them as determinants of health. So the factors that impact health, lifestyle, culture, education, occupation, which are not themselves inside the domain of health service delivery, but have implications on the quality or the likelihood to UHC. Yeah, so these require robust multi-sectoral coordination arrangements between health, the road sector, for example, road traffic departments, directorates, and health, for example. Yeah, because in the end, poor roads will kill people. Weak regulation, traffic regulation will kill people, and these will show up as failures of their sector. So in that sense, the area of social determinants of wealth is very important. Yeah, but as I said, the presentation narrowed down in health financing just to understand that building block a bit better. And then I think the issue of adequacy of taxes, I think this is actually, was a key point, that without, so we know that we need taxes to finance, but the taxes have to come from the GDP. And if the GDP performance is not good, there won't be adequate taxes. The absolute numbers will be low. So the starting point is quite of a compromised position. And then at that point, that's why we need these complementary insurance mechanisms, not to replace the tax system, because we know from the evidence, a tax financing of services is the surest way for UHC. But we need to recognize that our taxes won't be adequate. And so we must then, create a strong advocacy framework to hammer this message right to our communities that we're not, in fact, it's the communities that's not generating the money. The money comes from people. So we tell them the money we generate from you is not enough. So, and then also there's a lot of informality in our employment sectors, so that there's a lot of people who are not formally targeted by the revenue authorities. So that's where the insurance, the community financing arrangements are really key, because they can tap from members of the community who are unlikely to be reached by the formal revenue collection mechanisms. Yeah, but otherwise, the key then is to ensure that even in the current limitations of tax systems, we put out-of-pocket payments to a minimum possible. The rule of thumb is to keep them within 10% of total health financing. Yeah. So when they cross the threshold of 10%, then we say that they are toxic. They can chop households into poverty. Yeah. At least in an annual year cycle, maybe it might not be. But if you calculate the lifetime cycle, when somebody is born into out-of-pocket payments of the perpetual, we're almost wiping out their lifetime savings. So, yeah, and then the Honorable also from Mozambique brought points of reflection. Yeah, just a need to strengthen PFM, I think. And aspects of decentralization. I think this is important. I think what we need to check is when our decentralization, to what extent are we able to, can we say we've decentralized the entire PFM cycle, budget planning, budget execution, and budget evaluation? Because in most cases, it will be one part of the budget process that's devolved. In fact, not devolved, but where we consult. Otherwise, yeah, we need to ensure that decentralization is real decentralization. It's community empowerment. And community empowerment without the money, I think it's not empowerment. I think we must agree that you can't say you've empowered communities when we are holding their money and buying supplies. Yeah, sure. So I think key there is how do we use decentralization as a vehicle for squeezing both efficiency, the monitoring part, and then helping us to mobilize funds for the sector. Yeah, I think the owner from Namibia. Yeah, so I think the ranking here is just. I think it's just the data. Just sorted it just to help the visualization. But I think there are so many things that happen inside the system that would determine the UHC index. So the design issues, the financing mechanisms is one part, but then the other building blocks of a system also have to be in place to generate the result that we saw. Yeah, so I think the key there is that universal health coverage is a journey for each country. And that journey is mostly determined by the level of achievement, economic achievement, and then how we organize. Maybe finally, the issue would be, the issue of social protection, I think, which the Honorable from Namibia brought, I think is very important for us because it allows households to have the funds or the welfare to then prevent them from malnutrition, and then they don't come to the facilities. Or send their children to school, and then we avoid early teenage pregnancies, or early marriages, things that will then undermine these future parents from accessing better, from living better, healthy lives, and imposing further cost to the sector. Yeah, and most important, learning from each other, I think, is important at regional level. There's a lot that's happening inside our countries, and then a lot between countries that we can learn from each other. I think that's all the questions and comments I had. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Doc. I'm going to have another round. Probably this one is going to be the last one. But honorable members, let me remind you that we are behind schedule. We have a lot of things on our agenda, so you need to be brief when you are doing your presentation or when you are intervening in whatever doing. I'm going to recognize Lesotho, then Zambia, then Eswatini. 3 in that order, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for this opportunity to have a few questions to Professor. Professor, I want to invite your opinion on the community involvement in planning, execution, and evaluation of the health budget. Would this help in reforming the current situation of this information dissemination, which is very, very little to the community? You have just now answered my question on decentralization, which was briefly answered. That's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Professor, for that nice presentation. I have only a few comments to make from my country. We are almost there as Zambia, where the government has introduced NEMA, a scheme whereby all public workers, they are deducting a certain amount of money from them towards the health services, which is also cushioning on the people who cannot manage to go for this scheme, which is a good move, except that we should work on the money should be channeled correctly where it is supposed to go, because we find even these people who are under NEMA, they are being given prescriptions when they go to attend to healthy facilities. Then the community in Zambia has been also involved in the under 5, where the nurses might not be there or where the clinic might not be there. I also recommend our government that traditional birth attendants are also there in clinics, which has also reduced on the maternal health in our country. Then Health Week, I see it also, it is even being undertaken even under the trees. And I would also like to recommend our government, who is going to employ over 11,000 health workers to cushion the impact. The increase in CGF is also a recommendable thing by our government in my country, where at least about 5 kilometers, there is a clinic in some parts of our country. But I will concern especially where scanners and MRI, if our government can work on this, or if in these other member countries, where people are not forced to walk long distances to go and access such facilities. This is where I will see a challenge where people move from rural areas, maybe coming to the capital city, UTH, which is a challenge to many of our people. And by the time they are being diagnosed, the problem would have worsened, maybe leading to death. Then when I look at a professor, the community, we know each other where we live in our communities. You find we are born differently. There are those who are hyperactive and there are those who are born who are introverts. So you find sometimes in this community, when these funds are given to them, the grants, and looking at our traditional beliefs, you will find the same people who are in the forefront are the same people who will be intimidating these same people, maybe after they've misused the money. Now, Doctor, when you look at it, can't we come up as member state countries with some measures whereby maybe sensitization is being undertaken in these communities? You know, sometimes when you are living in poverty and sometimes you are not informed and ignorance. So sometimes even your own rights, you don't know them. I don't know, Doctor, we can help our communities because they know each other and then they rise against each other. So whereby some of them are even intimidated and maybe the money won't go up to good use. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we finish with Eswatini?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ngoma, for your presentation on UHC. I actually want to appreciate the presentation and the articulation by the doctor. I was very much interested on the idea of healthcare insurances where people would probably have to pay money before they are sick, so that when they are sick, they are only receiving the services. How I wish that could be an idea adopted by us member states. You always appreciate when you see such services being rendered without any strain. I also, while on that, I was thinking aloud when I looked at issues of resource mobilization, because for a fact we know that communities are made up of people with many different social classes. There are those that can hardly have a single cent yet they do need to access the healthcare services. If maybe we would go to an extent as member states of mobilizing resources to initiate such insurances, so that at least, because honestly speaking, if we look at the fact that people will start their insurances on their own, it is a dream that will never come true. While it is quite a very good plan if it comes into being. I was also thinking aloud, looking at the nature of women. Okay, I was actually saying I also looked at the frequency in which women visit healthcare facilities, and in terms, doctor, of the money they spend, you can see that it is actually too much for them. I think as member states, at some point, we would need to consider certain medical conditions where women can be exempted from paying. Because more often than not, they are not only going to the health facility because they are sick. When they get pregnant, they have to go there. They still need to have some money to take care of those issues. Having said that, Doc, I have one clarity seeking point. I think when you presented those graphs, the GDP and UHC, you said, if I got you clear, countries with good GDP usually find it easy to finance the UHC. But on the same vein, you said it is not always a guarantee to some countries. They may have a good GDP, but would still not be able to finance the universal health care. Maybe you would take me through that one, Doc, to see and hear what you meant and what is the strive, or why wouldn't a country that has got a good standing financially but fail to support such initiatives? Thank you.
But you, Doc, that in brief, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. Maybe allow me to start with the last one, because it's more of a question going direct on the presentation. So yeah, I think that was a very important observation. So the differences between these are observed across systems, and I think most has been attributed to the design of the health financing system. So there are three predominant ways of, or four ways of funding healthcare system: government taxes, mandatory national insurance scheme, private insurance scheme, and then out of pocket. So almost no country uses out of pocket predominantly, but so three methods are generally used with demarcated healthcare systems, either belonging to the German type when they're using social insurance scheme, or the British type if it's tax-based system, or the American type if it's predominantly private healthcare financing. The evidence that we know suggests that tax finance systems are too far better squeezing value for money or achieving better UHC than any of the systems, followed closely by a national insurance scheme. So mostly you find that the national insurance scheme and the tax system will give you similar results, depending on what you are doing. So if you're trying to shift from a tax system to a national social insurance scheme, you need to really base solid on evidence, but evidence suggests there's little to gain. It's like just switching from driving on the left to driving on the right, because they are all tax systems. One being a bit more broad, and then another one ring fencing the health contribution at tax collection. The American type doesn't generate results. Within our context, most countries are on the are modeled around the British type, the predominantly tax financed, followed by tax financed. I'm not sure about a country that's social insurance based, mandatory. Yeah, but then inside there are configurations. Yeah, so I think those would be the main fundamental reasons that countries would differ in their achievement. Then including how, for example, the other building blocks, human resource, health workforce, the governance arrangements are designed. But more broadly, if you just categorize countries by the way they're financing their healthcare, that can have fundamental effects on the results. Yeah, so yeah, I think also you mentioned issues about the health insurance. Yeah, so I think it's important to also disclaim that we need to talk about community optimal community funding arrangements, where health insurance is just one of them. In some cases, as Writer pointed out, it may not be cost effective to set up an insurance scheme because administrative costs will outweigh the benefits, the additional revenue. So in that sense, you just need to transfer the money, maybe a government transfer or a donor transfer to support a community. In some affluent communities, there's value to organize them, also as internal points of learning inside the country. So over time, as the economy progresses, we then have models to look forward to. Yeah. Just to underscore that all health systems, at this majority or in line with universal coverage, are modeled around the principle of solidarity. So the poor and the rich, so where those that have are contributing, okay, but access to services, consumption of care is based on need. No, this is a fundamental African concept. At the funeral, for example, yeah. So I think this is kind of a principle, though it's the British pronounce it more, but it's more pronounced in us. So that's kind of the fundamental design of a system. How we create a framework where those that have are contributing. When it comes to utilization, everybody has equal access. That's the main challenge of the universal health coverage. Yeah, so that's why when you're also designing the insurance schemes, they must also take that first. They must collect from those that have, but then allow everyone to consume. Otherwise, I think the insurance scheme, for example, the medical scheme for civil servants, okay, can be disruptive. In our country, of course, we have it, but it's not a revenue mobilization. It's in fact, it's an employer benefit. I think that's the way we should see it. It's not bringing money to the sector. It's dragging money away from a government coffer to finance civil servants, who in the first place are not the people that are failing to access. And two, it must be properly designed to ensure that that money is not spent on the private sector. Yeah, because if this money is directed to private health insurance providers, chances are our public service systems are not designed yet to take the insurance. So it will be spent in the private sector. Creating another problem that the person who is cooking the meal, yeah, is being helped not to eat from the meal. So I think that's kind of the thing that we need to watch. Yeah, otherwise, I think there's so much to learn from, for example, the CDF in Zambia. I think the way they expanded it, we could then use that to start disbursing also to the sectors inside the constituency. And then, but maybe what that will entail is at the level of the constituency, decentralizing the DC's council, the DC's office, so that maybe we have an assistant DC. And this is kind of a random thought. And somebody who manages the funds, because in the end, we'll still be accused that we didn't manage the funds, but when we didn't prepare the capacity to manage the funds. So I think this is something that as we build capacity to receive funds at local level, we must build that administrative capacity as well to account for it. Otherwise, yeah, we come 5 years down the line, there'll be all sorts of stories of this man was stolen, and then with a promising intervention would have been written off. Yeah, so yeah, I think otherwise, I think most of the comments were good pieces of information which would enrich the conversation. Yeah, thanks so much, Chair, for.
Thank you so much, Doc. Honorable members, we are remaining with one item in the agenda. That is before we go for lunch. But I would like to ask you, honorable members, is it possible that we finish the whole agenda that we have before we take our lunch, so that this afternoon we are free? Is it okay? So that we will do our elections and we do everything. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, I would like to thank Dr. Nkoma for ably doing the presentation and answering the questions from the honorable members. And now I would like to invite Dr. Senye Abseng, the independent consultant, to make a brief presentation on the strategic plan. Dr. Senye, please. Thank you. Honorable members, there is suggestion that after this presentation, we go to lunch because they close at 2, should be 2:30. So we may be able to miss our lunch if we don't go there. So that's the situation as of now, unless if you want to miss your lunch.
Said to be a presentation, I think mischaracterized a bit. We are here to meet the standing committees to get a sense of what they think about the performance of the strategic plan. So essentially, I'm here to take you through the exercise of evaluating the strategic plan. You may be challenged to the extent you are challenged, but I think, yes, ma'am. To get closer to the mic. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Should I take off my mask? Oh my God. Yes, you are not safe. You are too close. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes, it's not an evaluation. Rather, it's not a presentation. What I'm going to try to do here is take you through a process of evaluating the performance of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan for the period 2019 to 2023. They have commissioned this evaluation because they want to appreciate the progress they have made as at end December 2021 against the vision, the mission, and the 7 strategic objectives that have been set for the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan. Just so that we don't waste time, whilst waiting for them to upload the questionnaire, because we're basically going to go through a questionnaire instrument together. I would like to ask 2 very simple questions. By show of hand, please, if you are familiar with the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan, let me know. Have you seen it? Has anyone here seen it? Just so that I have a decent appreciation, I have one hand. So it's safe to assume that you haven't seen it. Okay. Now that's going to present a little challenge because to evaluate something, you must be familiar with it. This is. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a little problematic. If only a few of you have seen it. But I think we can still
look at the issue in a general way. Let me ask another question. Sorry, let me ask another question. How many of you are familiar with the 7 strategic objectives of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan? Or at least the objective that you yourself service. Any idea about the 7 objectives? No. Okay. No, that's fine. That means we are going to have a very short stay here, because the idea really is that you should be familiar with the plan, either because you have read it or because you have been briefed about it. Now, it does seem that that is not the case. That said, let me, excuse me, my brother. Is it gone? Oh my God. Because I'm moving pages. I don't want to move pages. I want to move up and down. You will have to do it there. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move down. Let's move down. If you allow me, I'll sit down. That'll allow me to get me closer to the mic, as well as to, oh, thank you very much. As well as to complete what I need to complete here. Can you move down a bit? Okay, now look at that table. And I'm going to do only 2 tables with you because you're not familiar with this thing, so really there's no point in taking you through the whole thing. Let's look at that table, the vision. The SADC Parliamentary Forum's vision, as articulated in the strategic plan, is to be the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development for the SADC region. What I'm looking for here is to get a general sense of whether, from the perspective of the Human and Social Development and Special Projects Committee, you think we are making progress. If you think we have arrived, in other ways, we have achieved that vision, the color code that you choose is green. If you think we haven't arrived, but we are on track, the color code that you choose is orange in the middle. If you think we are not making any progress, the color code that you choose is off track. So I repeat the vision statement: to be the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development for the SADC region. In your view, where are we? Are we making progress? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Morning. I would say for that one, we are on track.
We are on track.
Yes.
Okay. Any examples that you may cite that give you confidence that we are on track? What is it you like the most that says we are on track? Some examples on democratization. There are things you must be seeing. I've read documents, and I believe there are examples that we could be citing. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe I would just add one or two. We have the model laws that have been developed.
Model laws developed.
Yeah, and well, we are in the process of implementation.
Mhm.
There are some programs, projects and programs, special governance programs that I know some countries have implemented.
Mhm.
And there have been communication with various committees.
Mhm.
So even during the COVID period,
Mhm.
there were virtual meetings so that to see whether everybody is on par and they
Mhm.
can discuss their challenges
Mhm.
and even share their lessons learned together. And maybe some others can have some, well, most of those ones, maybe some others can add some more.
Exchange.
Thank you.
Yes. It's a big issue for the forum. I like the points you are raising. Yes, ma'am.
By the very reason that the SADC PF has been able to actually have structures like the committees, even the plenary session for the assembly, the 50th one, for example, the communications to parliaments on what needs to be done and new developments, the staff, that we have in place is a proof that the vision is actually pointing to where the strategic plan is actually being pointed.
Thank you. Okay. That's a lot. Anyone wants to add anything or we move on? Yes, sir.
I think that we even have documents such as the minutes. It's an indicator that we are really doing something.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. The mission statement says they want to promote and facilitate the parliamentary processes necessary to, and I want to underline what follows to, enhance the oversight, legislative, budgetary, and representative roles of MPs at both national and regional levels by bridging the gaps between parliament and citizens in view of positioning the SADC region as a cradle of participatory democracy. Are we making progress in terms of strengthening oversight, legislative, and budgetary capacities of MPs? On track. Okay, no equivocation there. Again, I'll take you through this routine of saying what would you cite as the examples that we're making progress on this one, building the capacity of legislators in the functions that are outlined there. What would you cite as the examples? You are the beneficiaries here. You ought to know how you are benefiting.
Eu não sei se estou certa, mas acho que aqui no que toca à missão, ela encontra grande respaldo nos passos todos que foram dados.
Is interpretation working? Just a minute. I'm on channel 1. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Let's go.
Eu estava a dizer que em relação, eu não sei se estou certa no que toca à missão, mas me parece que os passos que foram dados nos últimos 4 anos, no sentido de se transformar a SADC num regimento regional, demonstram o quão está a ser efetivo a missão do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Portanto, foram dados grandes passos. Durante esse período foram aprovadas leis muito importantes, sobretudo a lei do comércio livre em África, e isso vai facilitar também o comércio livre na região da SADC. As atividades à volta das fronteiras mistas a nível da região da SADC. Portanto, há uma série de passos que estão a ser dados a nível nacional e regional que de facto demonstram que a missão da SADC está, do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC está no bom caminho.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. There have been several activities of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which actually involves other members of parliament who are not designated to the SADC PF themselves, but in our national parliament. Outside, for example, the sexual reproductive health rights, where there was an unpacking from SADC in terms of what needs to be done or what is a good law in terms of sexual reproductive health rights. Before the meetings here, we also benefited from a training, a workshop on safe abortions, which was facilitated through a partner of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Also,
Training workshops on safe abortion. Okay. Yes, sir. GBV. So the key issue here, I think, safe abortion, GBV, SRHR, is capacity building for the legislators. Can we move on? We're fine. Okay. The next part is a little more involving. And I think there are 7 objectives. We'll go through them, and that will be it. We'll have to go for lunch. Well, I'll have 3 more questions that I'll ask, and then we'll go for lunch. Strategic objective 1. It says promote inter-parliamentary cooperation, diplomacy, and dialogue on issues of regional interest in view of advancing democratization and socio-economic development for SADC member states. Is the SADC Parliamentary Forum doing enough on this, in your assessment? Are we on track? Are we off track? Or we're satisfied it's a done deal? Inter-parliamentary cooperation, diplomacy, and dialogue on issues of regional interest. In other words, are our respective parliaments cooperating on issues of regional interest to advance democratization and socio-economic development, in your assessment? Are they cooperating? Is the forum building capacity for such cooperation? You can break the question in those 2 ways. Yes, ma'am.
I believe we are not really on track with that one.
Okay.
Because there are more needs to be done.
Okay.
Even if we have sort of built, like our capacities have been built, but there's some sort of dialogue. But when it comes to cooperation and into the ensuring that these strategies are sort of harmonized in a holistic manner into its implementation, especially to the further development of the SADC member states. That's my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know about others. But we need to do more, in fact, to strengthen this strategic number one.
I hear you. What you're saying is we've done some capacity building, but we need to transition from capacity building to action, and you're not seeing enough of the action. Let me ask, she's made a categorical statement that we are off track. That's her opinion. I want to get a sense of where we all are before we provide the examples. You have your hand up, Honorable.
Sei se posso, a colega da Seres vai me desculpar, mas eu estou tenho uma opinião diferente e eu acho que no que toca os objetivos, essa estratégia, objetivo estratégico, eu acho que ele está delineado. Está delineado, não podemos dizer que nós não estamos no caminho certo, não. Esse objetivo está delineado. A mim o que me parece é que, efetivamente, precisamos de mais ações concretas para que, de facto, esse objetivo seja concretizado. E um objetivo estratégico não se pode concretizar de um dia para o outro. Como diz e bem, é estratégico. É a estratégia que nos vai guiar durante um determinado período. Se é de 2019, se eu ouvi bem, até 2021, temos que ter em conta também que durante esse período nós tivemos a pandemia e mesmo assim nós tivemos encontros regulares da SADC via Zoom. Agora, qual é o grande problema? Nós também temos que nos policiar, porque o que acontecia é que havia os encontros de trabalho e grande parte dos colegas não participavam. E isso é um problema nosso. Não é um problema do secretariado da SADC, é um problema nosso como países. Mas dizer que nós estamos meio perdidos, não estou de acordo. Devemos, de facto, ser sinceros, que há algum trabalho que está feito e é por aí que nós nos devemos guiar. Essa é a minha opinião muito, muito sincera. Obrigada.
Okay, let's be brief because we're chasing, we probably need to be out of here by 2 o'clock latest. Right? Okay. Right, we have 2 different views here. Does anyone, do you want to vote? Or can I hear from you so that I get a sense of where the balance of opinion is? Any more views? Yes, sir. We're on track. Basically, that's what you're saying. Yes, Honorable?
I will agree that a lot has been done.
Okay. Madam? Honorable?
Muito obrigada. Também quero concordar com a ideia da deputada de Angola, que muito foi feito. Há passos que foram dados nesta matéria. Muito obrigada.
Great. Okay. Any dissenting voices? Remember, this is very subjective. It's just your perception. So really, we don't have right and wrong answers. Any dissenting views? Or should I then take it that we are broadly in agreement that a lot is being done and we are on track to build the cooperation that we need on our priority issues of interest? Yes, I think the first 2 speakers did concede that there are problems at the level of action. Honorable over there did say that perhaps the problem is with the states, the member states, more than the secretariat. We are not evaluating the secretariat, by the way. We're just evaluating the performance of the plan itself. Your stakeholders, they are stakeholders, regardless of where the problem lies. We have to give a verdict as to how the plan itself is performing. So I get the sense that your verdict is that we are on track. And I would just like to ask, a few examples have been given. If there are any more that you want to give, please do so. Because the forum really would like this to be based on evidence. Our conclusions have to be based on some evidence. Honorable?
Thank you. You may realize that there has been actually the push for the SADC PF to have legislative powers. And
to have legislative powers.
Yes, and the Speakers Forum has been working together. Those are speakers from all our national parliaments to push, and to me that is interparliamentary cooperation and diplomacy, because they have to liaise with the heads of state to persuade them to turn the SADC PF into a legislative assembly. Thank you.
Anything else that we want to, have we set common standards on anything? We've got model laws and so on. Have we set common standards? Okay. Let me move to strategic objective 2. To align, harmonize, and create institutional linkages between SADC Parliamentary Forum, standing committees, and programs, and SADC organs and sectors in view of promoting integration. Integration. It requires harmonization of institutions, standing committees, and so on. Are we winning? Are we making progress there, honorables? What's your verdict? Do the standing committees communicate with each other? You have how many, 5 or 6?
I would say we are on course.
We're on course.
Yes, like for example, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, it embraces every member, and we sometimes do have activities for the caucus. And just 2 days ago, we had also the opportunity of having 2 committees meeting without the others. To me, that is already the cooperation of standing committees on programs that have a common interest in terms of their mandate as committees. Thank you.
Which are these committees?
We had the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and the Human and Social Development and Special Programs.
Okay. I'd appreciate a few more views just to buttress the point. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah. Não, eu acho que aqui nós devemos melhorar bastante. Eu não senti essa interação. Eu estou em crer que foi por causa da pandemia. Durante os encontros que tivemos, foram mais encontros a nível da comissão a que eu pertenço, e aconteceram várias durante esse período, mesmo remotamente, mas não senti de facto essa interação como antes da pandemia. Antes da pandemia, sim. Portanto, eu estou em crer que não aconteceu por causa da pandemia. Mas antes, sim, havia essa interação entre as diferentes comissões da SADC, do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable. Any other views? I want to land somewhere. I want us to land somewhere on a verdict, basically. Let me ask you, Honorable. I don't get the sense that you are exactly saying we are not making progress. I think you are pointing out a challenge, because you do say before COVID-19, we were fine. Okay, thank you very much. So,
Yeah.
Honorables, can I safely say that here again? Okay, I can't hear the interpretation. Thank you very much. So, can I safely say the consensus view here is that, yes, the challenges are there, but we are making progress? Okay, we can do better, but we are making progress. Okay. Objective 3, to facilitate capacity development and other programs of support for members and staff of parliaments to augment skills, knowledge, and competencies to face emerging challenges. It's about you, Honorables, and your staff. It's the forum helping you acquire skills, the skills and capacities that you need to handle emerging challenges. Is that a hand? No? Yes, Honorable?
Thank you so much, our consultant. To our esteemed honorable members, I'm not an honorable member, but I just want to flag and remind our honorable members that with the SADC PF, we also have the execution of the SRHR, HIV and AIDS governance project. And for our as SRHR researchers, we are continuously engaged, or SADC PF has collaborated with African Population Health Research Center in Kenya, where continuous training are ongoing so that we are able to execute the governance project accordingly. I'm Director Research from Eswatini. It's just a reminder because it is embedded more on the parliamentary service staff, but we are mandated, rightfully so, and consultations are ongoing, and the champions we are working with are our noble, honorable parliamentarians who also comes in as SRHR champions. Thank you. Thank you so much, honorable members.
I thought your hand was up, thank you. I thought your hand was up, Honorable.
Eu soubesse, e ainda bem que a senhora que me antecedeu falou da questão da saúde reprodutora. Eu lembro-me que em 2018, essa questão, nós tivemos uma formação onde nos foi informado que alguns países estavam a ser capacitados para lidarem com essas questões. E na altura nós questionamos por que eram aqueles países e não os outros, e era um grupo, acho que de 5 países. Por que há outros que não entram nesse programa? E disseram-nos que estavam a concluir o projeto com aqueles países e depois iriam passar para outros países. Eu não sei se, de facto, durante esse período não tenho informação. A verdade é que o meu país, Angola, nunca beneficiou desse tipo de capacitação ou desse tipo de apoio para para essas matérias ligadas à saúde reprodutora. Então, me parece que aqui também há que ter em conta que, normalmente, há um grupo de países que são escolhidos e é aí onde se faz o trabalho, mas nem todos entram. E aqui o que eu gostaria, de facto, de propor é que essa questão fosse melhor estudada. Aqui no objetivo 3, essa questão fosse melhor estudada para que, de facto, fosse abrangente para todos os países da região. Essa é a minha questão.
Any other views? Capacity building is about training. Capacity building is about tools, you know, the kind of tools you need to do your work. Capacity building is about resources that you can access, information. I want you to reflect on these things. Are you getting these services from the SADC Parliamentary Forum? So let's look at capacity building very broadly. If you go to the site, for instance, are you able to get the tools you need, the resources you need, information you need to do your work? We've talked about training, workshops, and all those things. You've talked about, I don't want to lead you, but you see, these questions are interrelated. You've talked about model laws, right? What do you think of these model laws? Do they help you? Do they serve as tools that you can use in your legislative work? Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. I think, yeah, we do access this kind of capacity development programs. Thanks to Mrs. Malaza for reminding us. I think the trick on this one is that some of the capacity building programs will always come through our research officers in our member states. So get engaged in that process. So sometimes you don't get to a point where you can actually link it directly with the secretary. But yes, in Eswatini, we've heard quite a number of them. And again, the issue of model laws, they are helping. For me, for instance, they are helping quite a lot because you are able to extract certain information where you can even craft your motions in Parliament based on those model laws. So I think, yeah, we are.
Any other views? Any other views? Okay. In the absence of any other views, can I say we arrive on a rating? I don't get the sense that we are saying we have achieved, we have arrived. I don't think we have arrived. Are we on track or are we off track? We're on track. Okay. Objective 4. Yeah. To lobby and advocate Sorry? Okay, yeah, I'll move fast. Now we have 2 left. Okay. To lobby and advocate for equal and equitable representation of women and youth in political and decision-making positions. Anyone to lead us on this one? Are we doing enough? Angola?
Nesse sentido, sim, estamos de facto a fazer, a dar os passos para caminharmos na direção de integrarmos a mulher da região da SADC. Eu tenho um grande exemplo. Nós, a nível de Angola, não elaborávamos o orçamento na ótica de género e fomos bastante influenciados por aquilo que nós fomos recebendo aqui a nível do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Portanto, acredito que influencia bastante a nossa atuação nos nossos países nesse sentido.
Any other examples, Honorable?
Yes, I will agree with my honorable from Angola that we are on course. For example, in Zimbabwe, we now have a quota for youth in terms of representation in parliament. And I would want to believe that that was also influenced through the decisions of the standing committee that is the SADC. Thank you.
Any other examples, Honorable? Women's caucus. Honorable?
I'll respond to this one, but I would just ask, I would like to ask one question. What is the percentage of women in each of the parliamentary in our region? And what is the percentage of young people? For example, in Seychelles, we are only 30% of women. And in regards to the youth, well, it's around 25%. And if it is...
You said 25, Honorable?
Pardon?
You said 25% youth?
Yeah, around 25%. 10, no, below that one, 25%.
Okay.
And what is the norm required by the SADC community? Thank you.
We have resource persons at the back. Does SADC have a standard? But I do get the sense that we think we're on track, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm pressed for time. That's why I seem to be rushing. 5, to advocate and lobby Parliament for the establishment of SADC Parliamentary Forum as a regional parliament. Are we winning?
Advocacy in progress.
Advocacy in progress.
And most of the countries, states have accepted.
Most of the countries have accepted.
I'm not sure only, but most.
We have? Honorable? Oh, okay.
Yes, our parliament has actually adopted the motion.
That's Zimbabwe.
Yes, that's Zimbabwe.
Okay.
And Lesotho as well.
Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Angola.
Angola foi líder nesse processo de transformação da SADC em parlamento regional.
Moçambique também está na dianteira.
Mozambique as well. Mozambique. Okay. Okay. I think these are good enough as examples. So we are making progress, basically. Objective 6, to formalize policy and operational relationships with the Pan-African Parliament, the Interparliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and other interparliamentary bodies. Where do you think we are? Honorable from Angola?
Green.
Green.
It's green.
She says green. Is that our consensus? Position? You would say in progress. Mozambique seems to say green, or am I? You're saying in progress. Okay. Green. Okay. Zimbabwe, you're saying green. You're saying green. Okay, let me ask why.
Eu suporto a minha intervenção no facto de que todas as reuniões plenárias do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, nós temos representantes dessas organizações, inclusive, bem recentemente, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC participou numa reunião do Pan-Africana, numa reunião interparlamentar africana, em Bali. Isso foi muito recentemente, no mês de março, fins de março, princípios de abril. Portanto, há esse intercâmbio com essas organizações e, pelo menos desde que eu estou aqui no Fórum Parlamentar, desde que eu sou membro do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, nós assistimos esse intercâmbio e de forma muito vincada nos discursos que são apresentados durante as nossas reuniões. Daí que eu digo que, de facto, esse objetivo está no verde.
Just one. Okay, I'm being told we're going to go hungry, so I'm being rushed. Well, we have just one objective. Can you give me your verdict on number 7? Ensure the financial and human resource sustainability of the SADC Parliamentary Forum through good governance and prudential planning. Yes, sir.
Okay, I would say public financial management model has just been tabled.
Okay, let me just say this on this one. We are looking at the forum itself. We're looking at the forum itself, the financial sustainability of the forum. You have a view, you have the information, or you are in no position to comment?
But what I can say maybe on the human resource, because every parliament is actually been seconding secretariat in one way or the other to be attached to the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Okay.
So the people you see here are from parliament or from countries of the SADC Parliamentary Forum itself. And by also the subscriptions that countries pay to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. To me, I think that is the wish to see it sustainable or continue it. I will not comment on the good governance. Thank you.
Also, in addition, is that we had also a situation where most of the staff members were just on temporary basis, but currently we are talking of permanent staff members on the establishment.
Any other views? We have to go to lunch in the next 2 minutes.
O que eu quero só acrescentar em relação a esse ponto é que deve haver, em relação aos recursos humanos, não quero entrar na forma como eles são recrutados, mas me parece que a seleção deve ter em conta aqueles funcionários que vão, de facto, trabalhar com mais rigor técnico. Porque estamos, e vou, e ainda... Ok.
Thank you.
I actually wanted to say, in some of the meetings, the Secretariat, if I remember well, had been reporting an outcry of member states not transacting the subscription in time for it to be able to sustain itself. I was actually saying the issue of sustainability, I think, has a challenge. I remember at some point the SG was reporting that the member states are not submitting their subscriptions in time. So it becomes an issue for them to run the.
So what would be your verdict, honorables? On track, off track? We're making progress. Okay, I would have loved to ask 3 other questions, but I'm told I'm standing between you and your lunch. So let me thank you. There are others who will help us address the other questions. I think you've been very generous with your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. A round of applause to our presenter. Now we are going for lunch. We are meeting at 3 o'clock sharp. 3 o'clock. Thank you, honorable members. And thank you, our presenter. Thank you. May I call the meeting to order? Welcome back, honorable members. I believe you had a nice lunch. We are now in the last segment, the last part of our agenda, which is elections of the new leadership of this noble committee. As the outgoing chair of this committee, I would like to make my exit remarks regarding my exit. There isn't much that I can say, but just to ask this honorable committee for their support for the new leadership. I would like to thank you all for being so cooperative during the tenure when I was chairing as chair for this committee. The way you have worked with me as your chair, I would like to plead with the whole committee that you do the same to the incoming chair. I would also like to wish the new coming leadership all the best as they are steering this honorable committee into the great heights. After I've made my few remarks, I would also like to ask the Vice Chair, Honorable Tumba Mpaza, to make his short remarks so that we proceed in conducting the elections. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, outgoing. Maybe let me start by reminding my colleagues I'm Honorable Strider Mpanza from Eswatini. It is my singular honor and privilege to make before you this distinguished, making before you these remarks as I exit the portfolio of being a vice chair. The vice chair position is nothing else but a member that is elected by the same standing committee to support the chair. And the vice chair does not act on his own, but he acts on delegation by the chair in case busy or absent. I wanted to express my sincere appreciation to the HSD and SP Standing Committee for having had trust in me. We were so many, and I do acknowledge and appreciate the fact that my election into the position was not necessarily based on whether I knew more things than you did, but you gave me the opportunity. And I say thank you for that. It has been a good journey. I learned quite a lot as I was executing this responsibility. The support I got from you colleagues was just immeasurable. And you cushioned me so well that sometimes it feels a bit, you feel a little bit anxious when you have to leave such a position where you are just cushioned so well and doing your work with that kind of support. But maybe without any waste of time, I must wish those that are going to be given that opportunity to lead the standing committee a good time. This is one of the most dedicated standing committees with so many responsibilities. And if you look at it, it deals mainly with the healthy issues, and those are somehow sensitive. The requirements within the standing committee are expected not tomorrow, but now. So we really need to appreciate the incoming committee, those that are going to be elected, because they are not coming from elsewhere, but they've been part of the standing committee. But maybe as I conclude, let me not forget two people that are not members of parliament, but they made my work, they actually simplified every single equation that I was going through. And that is our research officer, Jabu Malaza, and Mr. Gondwe. As a member of parliament, sometimes you get too busy. You even forget some of the meeting appointments, but they've never tired to keep reminding me about all the different meetings. And I say, thank you so much. Do it likewise, even to the incoming committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. At this juncture, honorable members, may I call the Secretariat to conduct the elections. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, maybe before we proceed, I would like to verify the members who are present here in order to confirm the quorum. Honorable Luisa Francisco from Angola. Honorable Mukwalidi Botswana from Botswana. Honorable Boniface Marage from DRC. Honorable Lovinia Seritin from Madagascar. Honorable Rachel Zulu from Malawi. Honorable Ashley Addo from Mauritius. Honorable Jeronima Augustino from Mozambique. Honorable Rose Bistoket from Seychelles. Honorable Stredom Panza from Eswatini. Honorable Julian Nyemba from Zambia. Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji from Tanzania. Honorable Paulina Paliwa from Zimbabwe. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Honorable Postcards from Lesotho, apologies, sorry. Honorable.
May I also exit from Namibia?
Your name, Honorable? Yes, Honorable Agnes Mganagafura from Namibia. At this point in time, honorable members, we have a quorum. We can proceed conducting the elections. But before we proceed, just a recap in terms of the procedure that we have to follow before conducting the elections. So in line with the Constitution, as well as the rules of procedure, the procedure for election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committees is provided for in Rule 39 of the rules of procedure, which states that each committee shall elect a chairperson and vice chairperson. The chairperson of the standing committee shall preside over all meetings of the committee. In his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall assume those duties, and in the absence of the vice chairperson, a member designated by the committee shall preside over the committee on an interim basis. The other notable issue is about the issues of rotation principle. In line with Article 14, Section 3 of the 30th Constitution provides for the principle of rotation in the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees as follows. Members of the standing committees holding the position of chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member of parliament with members serving the position of chairperson or vice chairperson of the standing committee shall not be eligible for election to the position of the immediate subsequent term. For the regional women parliamentary caucus, Rule 9, Rule 19, subsection 3 of the rules of procedure provides that the chairperson and vice chairperson of the regional women parliamentary caucus shall be elected from among the chairpersons of the national women parliamentary caucuses and shall adhere to the principle of rotation. The other notable issue in terms of procedure is the gender principle. In line with Rule 38, Section 5, which provides for gender balance in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committees as follows. As far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding chairmanship of committees, where the chairperson of the committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man or vice versa. In terms of the procedure for nominations and elections, the procedure for nomination of the candidates for the position of chairperson and vice chairperson is as follows. The returning officer will call for nominations for each of the two positions. Each nominee will be given 3 minutes to present their credentials. If one nomination is received, the candidate shall be declared duly elected. If there are more than one candidate, elections shall be done through the ballot, and each member shall be elected. The election shall be done through a secret ballot, and each member shall be eligible for 1 vote. The procedure for voting shall be explained to the members of voting. Where the chairperson of the committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man, and vice versa. So in terms of the standing committee on HNTCP, following the rule of rotation, for chairperson, the following countries are actually eligible. Angola, Botswana, DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mozambique, Seychelles, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. For the vice chairperson, the following countries are eligible: Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Madagascar, Mozambique, South Africa, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. So briefly, that's the procedure that we're going to follow in conducting the elections.
Sorry, were you not reading countries that are eligible? I'm seeing Eswatini there. Yes.
Yeah, that one I think is. So it's good. Eswatini is not eligible. So it's yeah. At this point in time, we have laid out the procedure. We proceed to calling for nominations for the chairperson. Seychelles. Seychelles. In terms of the nominations, a member has to nominate. You cannot nominate yourself into a position. Thank you. Eswatini.
Angola.
So there's a nomination for Angola. Okay. So,
Mozambique, Angola.
Honorable members.
Mozambique, Angola.
Just a moment, just to be very clear. Eswatini has nominated Angola. Any proposal? Any seconder?
Mozambique.
I want to nominate. I don't say.
Just be seconded first.
Seconded.
Honorable members, Angola has been nominated. We need a seconder. Any seconder? Mozambique?
Mozambique apoya Angola.
Mozambique is seconding Angola. So we have one nomination, Angola, which has been proposed by Eswatini and seconded by Mozambique. Any other nomination? Lesotho?
A lady from Seychelles.
So Lesotho is nominating Seychelles. Any seconder?
I second the nomination of Seychelles.
Madagascar.
Mauritius
is seconding Seychelles. Any other nomination?
Tanzania is the Seychelles.
Tanzania, you are?
Second is Seychelles.
Okay, it has already been seconded. Any other nomination? Any other nomination? We have two nominations, Angola and Cheshire. This means that we have to go into voting. Before we proceed into that, the candidates will need to present their credentials to support their nomination. You can proceed, Honorable Angola.
Sim, Angola pretende candidatar-se a este cargo, tendo em conta a sua experiência no que toca às questões de desenvolvimento humano e programas especiais. Durante o tempo durante este mandato que termina, nós participamos em quase todos os fóruns, mesmo sendo online, mas sentimos no dever de participar e de contribuir com propostas convincentes, que de facto levam a bom porto os programas de desenvolvimento humano e os programas especiais. Portanto, eu penso que todos os aqui conhecem a senhora deputada Luísa Damião, que é a pessoa que é membro desta comissão, o seu papel, o papel que ela tem tido na comissão, e por isso peço o voto da parte dos colegas para o cargo de presidente. Muito obrigada, terminei.
Thank you, Honorable. That's from Angola. She has presented a credential to support her nomination. I would like now to call upon Seychelles to present the credential to support her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, well, let's see. My name is Rosie Bistoke. I'm a member of the Seychelles National Parliament since October 2020. I'm a health professional in nursing and midwifery for the past 45 years with a first degree in management and leadership in nursing. I am also for the past 15 years accredited as an active certified trainer of trainers for nurses for the leadership programs under the International College for Nurses. And my specialty is public health. During my last tenure with the Ministry of Health, I had the position of director of 8 family health programs, including maternal health and child health and adolescent health. My specialty is HIV/AIDS. I have led many positions as focal person of member of national and international platforms in HIV, sexual reproductive health and maternal health, child health. I was also executive member of the Seychelles Red Cross Society of Seychelles. Amongst international, regional, multilateral bodies are WHO, UNAIDS, UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, UNESCO, UN Women, ICN, that International Council for Nurses, SADC, ARASA, ESA, and Hexacon, which is the College for Nurses. 6 years ago, I was elected as a chairperson of Nursing Associations of the Republic of Seychelles. I'm into my third mandate, where I am highly respected by the members as an exemplary, motivational, and innovative leader with strong advocacy and interpersonal skills that maximize team building to reap positive results. Under my leadership, the association of 45 years held its first ever National Workers' Union strike to lobby the government to improve the socioeconomic welfare of nurses in the Republic of Seychelles, and that was in 2017, and the result was very positive. I had the opportunity to work with the SADC Secretariat as a consultant in 2008 into the thematic area of HIV and its prevention and control, including mainstreaming of HIV, sexual reproductive health, maternal health, adolescent health. So I'm quite conversant with the SADC Secretariat or SADC agenda and the vision as well. As a member of the National Assembly of Seychelles and the chairperson of communicable diseases, HIV, AIDS, and sexual reproductive health, and the standing committees, in the last stage of implementation of the SADC project, governance project, which we all know about. Coupled with my experience in the social determinants of health, I bring to the table great political skills and bold evidence-based comprehension of health development issues with concrete smart recommendations. Based on my experience, I was nominated by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles as a member of the SADC PF ESCO. I am also a member of the SADC PF HSD SP. During my tenure as a member of SADC ESCO and HSD SP, I had the opportunity to chair various meetings when the leader arose in the absence of chairpersons or vice chairpersons in many committees, including the SADC 49th Plenary Assembly of the virtual session of SADC Parliamentary Forum held on the 25th to the 27th of June 2021. I moved motions to adopt the reports on behalf of the chairpersons on joint sessions of the standing committees on WRPC and the forum. Therefore, given my qualification and extensive experience in the health sector reform in Seychelles, and also great commitment and contributions to the SADC PF, I am in a better position as a candidate to receive your support and to vote for me as a chairperson of the SADC PF Standing Committee of the HSDSP for the upcoming 2 years. I am sure that under my leadership, we shall together further promote forward the agenda of SADC PF of all the special programs within the region. If elected, I will further uphold the vision of the SADC region to promote conducive legal environment for the needs of vulnerable groups to be met, especially key populations, women, girls, being our top priorities. These will ensure the region achieves most, if not all, the indicators of the SDGs, the UHC, which we just talked this morning, through appropriate health financing in maintaining equity, equality, access to quality healthcare and services, through the promotion of human rights, gender equality, good governance, democracy, and transparency. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the credentials. Having heard from both candidates with their credentials supporting their nominations, we'll now proceed into voting. This is supposed to be a secret ballot. The ballots have been distributed. You write your name and the name of the candidate, and then you forward it secretly for presentation. Make sure we write the name of the candidate that you have voted. The country, the name of the country. The name of the candidate and the country. Honorable members, let's write the name of the candidate and the country. I think it's clear.
You don't have to write your name. But the
Not your name.
The name of the candidate you are voting for.
Honorable members, in terms of our presence, we're 12. We have received 11 ballots, meaning that one member has not voted. So with the ballots that we have received, the 11, the voting, the results are as follows. Honorable Los Districate has received 7 votes. Honorable Luisa Damiano from Angola has received 4 votes. According to the results, this means that Honorable Rose Districate is the chairperson of the committee. Having elected the chairperson, we're going to another round of elections for the vice chairperson. And according to the rules of procedure, I will read also again this item that the following countries are actually eligible: Botswana, DRC, Madagascar, Mozambique, South Africa, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. And further to that, according to the rules of procedure, we have elected the chairperson, who is a woman. This means that the vice chairperson has to be a man or a male member of parliament. I think that is clear. We will now go into nominations. Just a small, yes. Just a moment. In terms of eligibility for the countries, this means that Botswana, DRC, Madagascar, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Zambia are eligible. Again, because we have elected the chairperson, she's a woman member of parliament. The vice chairperson has to be a male member of parliament. At this juncture, at this point in time, we'll call for nominations. Any nomination for the vice chairperson?
Yes, Namibia nominates Zambia. Yes. Yes, I nominate Zimbabwe's president.
Botswana, Female or male? Botswana is a male. DRC? DRC is a male. Lesotho? Lesotho is a male. Madagascar? Mozambique? South Africa? Male. Tanzania? Zimbabwe? Zambia? So in terms of eligibility, if you consider the gender perspective, we have DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, South Africa, and Tanzania. So when nominating, make sure that we focus on these countries. I'll proceed calling for nominations having read out the status of the gender. Lesotho?
I'd like to nominate a gentleman from Madagascar. Oh.
So we have one nomination from Lesotho, Madagascar. Any seconder? Namibia is seconding.
No, no, no.
No, we want seconding.
I am seconding Madagascar. Mauritius.
Okay. So we have one nomination, Lesotho has proposed Madagascar and seconded by Mauritius. Any other nomination? Zimbabwe?
I just wanted clarity. The doc is the vice president of the Statutory Parliamentary. The doc is the vice president of the Statutory Madagascar. Sorry. So are we demoting him to be vice president of a committee?
In terms of
pardon?
In terms of the rule of procedure, Madagascar is a member of the committee, so I don't see they still qualify to be nominated in any position of the committee. Any other nomination?
Sorry, Chairperson. We did not get exactly what she's asking, whether it was responded to or not. We need some clarities before we proceed.
Yes, there was an issue to say that Madagascar is the vice president of the forum. The question was as to whether there's a conflict. Having a member from Madagascar being nominated as a vice chairperson of a respective standing committee. In terms of the rule of procedure, there is nothing wrong to nominate Madagascar in any of the portfolio of the committee. Any other nomination?
let me explain myself. There's no conflict. I'm merely saying he is being in the presidium of the Southern Parliamentary Forum. He is at the Supreme. They supervise the committees. Are we not demoting him? So that was my feeling when I asked about it. Thank you.
Honorable members who have to wait a little bit, who are doing some further consultation on the issue. Just for five minutes or so.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Time for elections is not easy, and the honorable members know this pretty well more than all of us. I've been requested to clarify the question of eligibility with regards to the interpretation of the provision regarding rotation. Let me just read the entire provision for the benefit of honorable members. This provision is in Article 14.3 of the SADC PF Constitution, which provides for the principle of rotation in the election of chairpersons and vice chairpersons of standing committees as follows. Open quote, members of standing committees shall, holding position of chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson of a standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election to the position in the immediate subsequent term. What this means is, if you saw the notes that we circulated, that's why on all the outgoing office bearers, we actually indicate that they are ineligible, indicate that on the basis that they are outgoing chairperson or vice, they are not eligible in the immediate term, because it will then defeat the principle of rotation. I hope that clarifies the matter. I'm not brief to the background beyond that. Honorable members, the specific question being put is for the Vice President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, wishing to stand for the position of Chairperson of the committee. Is that correct? The Vice Chairperson of the committee. There is no rule that prohibits, but yeah, so there is no rule that prohibits, but in the end, it's a discretion of the member in terms of distribution of roles and the principle of rotation is anchored on sharing responsibility across the institution. One would imagine, because of the different mandates of the committees, the responsibility of the vice president of the forum might end up requiring him to perform other duties that might affect the role in the committee. But let me clear that the rules are silent, but there could be practical difficulties in terms of making it the situation work, particularly where they will be competing requirements in terms of performing of the role by the vice president. So this matter is a matter that would require the member consent to exercise their leadership and discretion. What we can do at this juncture is to confirm that there is no rule that prohibits per se, but in terms of the way we function, committees and executive committee, it is not unreasonable to see a scenario where there will be competing demands on the member. I hope I have helped to provide guidance on the matter.
Perhaps in addition to what Mr. Kurasha said, You know, the position of the president and the vice president is the leadership position for all, even the committees. Now, if one doubles is the vice chairperson of a committee that he or she is supposed to even oversee, then there's a problem. Then there is a problem. So perhaps I think in a more reasonable way is the, even though the rules have not stated explicitly, I think the best way, in our view as Secretariat, is perhaps to exempt that kind of scenario. Let's just give chance to other, members that can do it. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's hear from Namibia.
Yeah, just in addition to the explanation, I think for future, for us to avoid the same scenario, possibly there is a need to amend the rules so that we can avoid this situation. And practically also, it has been, now we are just using our common sense, is to say that if I am, let me put it, for example, I'm the minister in our country. And again, I want to be a deputy minister. So it's not working. It's just a simple example to say I cannot be up there, and when it comes to a certain level, I will be chaired by my junior, if I can use the light word. So I think it's hard time that maybe we look at those procedures. And again, perhaps let's say in this case, there are no any other eligible countries that could be voted into the position. Then of course, because we find ourselves in such a situation, let it leave it as it is. However, the scenario of seniorities being chaired by the junior at some level, I think it does not really augur well.
Angola.
Eu quero subscrever aquilo que foi dito pela colega da Namíbia. Efetivamente, isso, por uma questão até de bom senso, são coisas que nós podemos evitar. Não interessa chegarmos aqui e estarmos só a indicar as pessoas porque queremos ver o país A ou B a ser representado, mas devemos, de facto, também ter algum bom senso. E é aquilo que a colega disse muito bem, eu acho que são questões que numa próxima oportunidade que haver alterações ao regimento, fazer constar essas questões, já que as pessoas nem sempre têm o bom senso. Muito obrigado.
Merci.
Madagascar.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Oui. Je crois que je remercie celui qui m'a proposé et puis qui est celui qui m'a soutenu aussi. Mais je crois que l'esprit, c'est de faire participer tous les membres, tous les pays. C'est pour cela qu'on va placer dans l'éligibilité celui qui est déjà en poste. Donc maintenant, j'occupe le poste de vice-président en exercice même. Donc je ne veux pas, où est le mâle, si on va choisir parmi les femelles, s'il n'y a pas de mâles qui sont éligibles. Donc je peux rester vice-président et sans participer au président de commission. Donc c'est à vous les femelles qu'on va choisir entre vous, même si le règle dit que c'est mieux d'un homme. Merci.
Tem Tanzânia, tem África do Sul. Tem Tanzânia e África do Sul.
Seychelles?
Mr. Chair, I was just following whether we continue with the processes or because I was going to nominate somebody.
Yes, having held the clarification of the issue, we need to proceed with the nominations.
So therefore, Mr. Chair, I will nominate Tanzania.
So Seychelles is nominating Tanzania. Any secondment? So Tanzania is nominated by Seychelles and seconded by Lesotho. Any other nomination? Any other nomination? Having no further nomination on the position of the vice chairperson, Tanzania is the vice chairperson. At this point in time, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Vice Chairperson may wish to come in front and make your acceptance remarks.
Good afternoon again, honorable members. First of all, I would like to congratulate Tanzania upon your election. Thank you so much. So we shall work together, I presume. Anyway, good afternoon again, honorable members. I would like to say thank you very much for putting your confidence in me, especially that you have believed into my capabilities, my abilities, and you have elected me as a chairperson of the committee, of the standing committee. And this means that you have entrusted me into this position, not only as an audit member, or honorable, but as a woman as well. And this also, it portrayed that you have also entrusted Seychelles, a small island states, into ensuring that we shall move together with the continent. As I mentioned earlier on, together we shall uphold the vision of SADC into a specific agenda that we ourselves shall propose. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Together, we shall bring the SADC region to greater heights within the next 2 years. Thank you so much.
Thanks all of members. I'm surprised for me, but I will be together. Thanks for voting me, and I don't have anything to say, but I will be together. Thanks.
significant for us before we leave. I've been asked to make closing remarks. I've been told to make the closing remarks as the new chairperson. So it is a great honor for me to stand and make a closing statement for session that has been successfully held with the support of the Secretariat. Honorable members, I am delighted to note that as a committee, we have been able to meet physically and hold our meeting as planned. And let me take this opportunity to once again thank the Secretariat for the efforts that they have been made to facilitate this meeting. And of course, we've been meeting virtually. We never met face to face. At least now we know each other. Honorable members, during this meeting, the committee has discussed a number of crucial issues in relation to health financing and universal health coverage. As noted from the discussions during the plenary, we can also testify that we still have a long way to go as a region in promoting and advancing health financing as a tool for moving towards UHC. And this signifies the need for us as parliamentarians to take an active role in monitoring programs and systems for health financing in the region. Honorable members, let me express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished partners from HERD for sparing this time out of this busy schedule to come and make a presentation to us. The presentations were quite informative, and consequently, as a committee, we have learned quite a lot, and we now have a clear picture to the successes and failures that have been made in moving towards UHC, as well as bottlenecks associated with health financing in the region. Honorable members, a number of issues have been discussed during this meeting, and I hope the Secretariat was attentive enough and managed to capture the issues in detail, which will form part of the resolutions and recommendation that the committee will present to the 51st SADC PF Parliamentary Assembly. Again. So, honorable members, without wasting much of your time, let me declare the meeting closed and wish you all a very safe stay and a safe trip as well. Thank you all, honorable members. So we shall meet in another meeting. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Asante sana. Thank you.